Squirrel.
Hey, y'all. Hey, Spencer. We're swapped around again.
Huh?
We're swapped around again. Hold on.
Yep, I know you do it on purpose.
Oh,
we got talking about Led Zeppelin before the show, and I was sitting here listening to Led Zeppelin. My bad.
oh man,
That was an intro.
called all of us.
Hey, y'all. Let me see what we got.
Something coming up.
Do what?
Nothing.
He took care of it.
We got 76 people watching right now. Sorry for the delay, y'all. Technical difficulties. Anyway, hey to everybody that's in the chat and everything. Hello, moderators. Thank you very much. And so here we go. Now, here's the show. There's a bunch of ways to go about this, but if you got Coonbo and you can be able to ask Coonbo anything, that's, that's like a gold mine, because he'll go off in one direction and just go for 5 hours. So
6.
we have to, Roger's proof of that.
No, hey, y'all, that just happened. I tried to go to bed 2 hours in. They wouldn't let me.
So
We had fun.
Coonbo,
It was fun.
thank you for doing the show.
You're welcome. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yep.
Hello.
Real good.
All right. How do I connect to the chat?
Are you?
Oh, hold it. I got it. It finally just came up. All right.
There we go.
It's trying to load up. I may have to get out if it slows my. Okay.
Yeah.
Looks like connect comment. Continue. Well, I'm already signed into StreamYard. Oh well.
Well, if you can see the comments, though, you can reply to them directly, or if I catch anything over there, I'll throw it up on the screen if it's anything important. But
I've got to get my technical computer consultant over here to fix this where I can get chat on here. I don't know what I'm doing, and Abby's not here.
Well, look, Roger, can you see chat, Roger?
Yeah, I've got a private chat and comments over on the right column on my laptop.
Yeah.
I just hit comments. They're scrolling through.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just saying, help me keep an eye on
Yeah,
it.
I can see the comments, but I can't get it to where I can answer them.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Well, just read it out loud and answer them as we go. But y'all,
The producers.
for the first little bit,
I will.
for the first little bit, don't throw up a ton of questions. Wait a little while for the questions so we can get through some of this.
Hey, look, if you've got a question for us to ask Coonbo, put it in all caps. And one more thing before I forget it, and y'all try to help me remember to say it again at the end of the show. Look, people's been bombarding. I ain't gonna say bombarding, but we've had a lot of people on our Woodwalkers Facebook wanting to join. Guys, look, if you go on there and submit a request to join, there's going to be like a couple of 3 questions. Answer those questions, please, because that shows us that you're an actual person, not a bot, that you're not, a fake account. Please answer those questions.
We've got it set on automatic where if you don't answer the questions, it just declines you. If you answer the questions, then it pops up and we read your responses and we check your profile, make sure you're a real person, and then we let you on. Just understand the whole point of that, y'all. We're not trying to be the world's biggest YouTube channel or have the world's biggest Facebook page. We're trying to have real people on there, people that we know, people that are real, people that are friendly. We're trying to have real people on there. If you don't ask the questions, you get bumped and we don't even see it. Just that's how it is. So, all right, here we go. We're going to make this is pretty much going to be a Bigfoot Basics 101 from, you know, one of the more founding people of the modern age on the Bigfoot subject. We're going to try to keep this kind of tight, but it's liable to go any which way. So get out your number 2 pencils and a notebook and take notes on this, because this is your only live shot at this with Coonbo. So, Coonbo, I'm going to start it this way. You and Bubba.
All right.
You and Jim Hart.
Yep.
Okay. Last night, you were saying you actually had the original document still on a thumb drive that you guys typed up.
Right here. 13 pages.
Did you print it out? But
I did.
okay, so here's the thing. For everybody that doesn't know, back in the day, I'll let Coonbo put this in his own words, but I'm just trying to set the table on this. Back in the day, Coonbo and Jim Hart, Bubba Gump, they sat down and created a document that goes over the basics of, like, welcome to the Bigfoot world, and this is what you're looking for, and there's a lot of stuff in there. There's a lot of information. Now, that document is no longer available publicly. I had a copy of it, and Coonbo's got the original, the real deal, since he and Bubba came up with the thing. So from
now it had been missing for years. The last time the government came in and zapped all my computers and thumb drives and everything, I thought I had lost this, but in the back of my mind, in the fuzzy little recesses of my mind, I thought I remembered that I had stashed back a thumb drive in a very secure place that had a whole bunch of stuff on it. And I've moved here a year or so ago, and I moved where I'm living now about 6 months ago, and I'm still unpacking stuff. And I came across something, and I got to digging around, and I found that thumb drive. And oh boy, does it have a bunch of stuff in it. It's got all of the book that I had started writing in it. And this was one of the chapters in the book.
Oh, a book that he started writing. Oh, now if we could just get him to finish the book, but
well, I'm going to do it now that I found all this. I'm going to finish it. But anyway, this is a chapter out of the book, and we called it a primer for new researchers, or Bigfoot. Go ahead.
Before you get going on that, though, just out of respect and a little bit of history here, tell us about Jim. Tell us about Bubba. How y'all met.
I will.
And
all right. Well, the way we met was pretty stupid, but all of you Gen Xers and stuff like that, anybody that's 45, 50 years old or older will remember this. But back in the early and mid 70s, I'd say closer to the mid 70s, there was a big CB radio fad that started. I mean, to the point that there were country music songs about CB radios. There was Smokey and the Bandit, the movie that was all
Love
about
that movie.
CB radio culture, and just a whole bunch of other crap. And they were big. And riding on the back of this was a big boom in ham radio stuff. And I was interested in the ham radio. One of my friend's grandfathers was big time into it, well known. And a neighbor of ours was big time into it. And so once I started seeing ham radio, and then I discovered CB radio. This was been in 1974. I decided, well, the quickest way to get to where you could actually talk on something was with the CB. So I saved my money, and I was in college down at Auburn then, but I was working. I worked myself through college, and I saved my pennies and bought a CB radio, and it was a Johnson, like a 323 or something like that, which is at that time they only had 19 channels, and that was a really good one. Didn't talk very far, but anyway, I went down in a park in Florence, McFarland Park. They were having a big ham radio and CB radio fest down there, so I went down just to check things out. I had to be home from Auburn that weekend, and down there I met Jim Hart, and we had a mutual. He met another guy named Rod Stewart, believe it or not the singer, but Roddy was a friend. Roddy's a big time into ham radio stuff, and so anyway, we got to talk, got to be friends, and turned out he lived not very far from me, and at the time, and there, where I grew up there in the Shoals area, and so we got to, anytime I was home, we got to talking, and didn't take very long. Turned out we both loved to hunt and shoot and stuff like that, and root around out in the woods and things, and we were out on the back of my farm here. Just matter of fact, I can look out the window here and see where we were sitting up on a ridge. My damn video's locked up. Excuse me for cussing. Can y'all still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Just hey, kill the comments.
Right, I'm just do what?
Kill the comments so that you're not watching the comments.
All right. How do I do that?
I don't know. How did you get into it?
I think let me try that. Okay. Looks like well, I killed it, but let me see. Do I need to maybe leave the studio and come right back in?
Yeah, that'd be the easiest way.
Here we go.
And
I won't do anything. When I come back, I won't do anything with the comments.
Okay.
Man, did any of y'all's parents thrive on the CB radio craze like mine did?
Mine didn't, but I ended up, we had a little miniature craze around here in high school. I don't know how that started. And we all had CBs.
Roger, when I was 10 years old, I helped my dad build. We built a 70-foot tower, CB tower, and he bought angle iron and stuff, and we cut it. And I was at 10 years old. I was running a chop saw, cutting the pieces up, and then I was the one that wound up welding it up with a stick welder. At 10 years old, I could weld better than most grown men. And we built that thing and hinged it, put it up in our yard, and he had this big extravagant set of antennas. And what was so terrible was back then, I mean, they'd buy all kind of stuff. He had this big Johnson blackface radio, and then he had a 1,500 watt amplifier, a kicker on it. I hated that stupid thing. I wanted to cut the cables going to it, because when Dad would key his microphone up and talk, if I was watching Dukes of Hazzard, the TV would go like snow, and his dad's voice would come across the TV. It would just override everything in the house.
We live close to the interstate, so we had that happen as truckers went by.
We friend of mine, one of my best friends growing up, he had a guy up about 3 houses up and across the street, had a big tower out beside his house, and he had some old raggedy amp on his CB system, and every time he'd key up, like it'd kill every TV in about a 3-block radius. And as I learned a little bit more about CB radios, I learned that or any kind of radios, I learned that if you get a small finishing nail and punch it through the insulation, through the grounding jacket and into the core, that the next time he keys that dude up, it's gonna smoke that amp.
Mysterious. I'm finding out Coonbo is
so I did a big community service.
Yeah. Hey, Spencer, one second right here. Look, I just got a notification. A guy right now, I don't know who Clive Pudge is, but Clive, it says you've been declined for Woodwalkers because you have not answered membership questions. See what I'm talking about, y'all? Look at there, right here, live. You seen it live. So, Clive, if you see this show, brother, go back and answer the questions.
Answer the questions. We would love to have you on there. You have to answer the questions so that we can hit accept. All right, and y'all, for everybody in chat, hold on with the questions for a little bit. There's already 20 questions. Just hold on. Here, Coonbo, real quick. Have you ever researched Illinois? Have you ever done Bigfoot research in Illinois?
Absolutely, yes. I've researched within the city limits of Chicago and within the city limits of Chicago suburbs. And I have found boogers there in the forest preserves around inside Chicago and some of the suburbs. And I have researched quite a few times in the south part of Illinois, down in the state parks down there, down around Carbondale and out north of Mount Vernon, south of Mount Vernon. I've researched probably 30 or 40 different areas in Illinois.
Please answer Gary Spikes.
Gary, we're doing great. We're doing good.
Coonbo ain't got any more attractive or Gary. Coonbo ain't got any. He's not got any further, but he's still doing good.
Gary has already posted that like 3 times just because Gary loves Coonbo. Coonbo and Sandy drove Gary back home after the meet and greet, y'all.
Well, Gary's a great guy. Gary's a good guy. We love Gary.
All right,
let me go. All right, give me 15 seconds. I'm gonna go shut down my big laptop computer. I think that might be sucking up some of my bandwidth.
Yeah. Also, turn your phone off. Turn the internet on your phone off.
All right.
Spencer, did you say Kimberly's comment? I'll agree. Says Misty. Misty is the bobby pin that holds it all together.
First of all, Kimberly, it's pin, P-I-N, not P-E-N. And no, she is not. I don't know that she wasn't planning on being on here today. This was kind of actually, believe it or not, this episode was kind of thrown together real quick. No, we are not. Stop with the questions for right now, Michael X, and told him not to be in the nature. Asked Coonbo to relate about the black gentleman who was fishing and told him not to be in the nature reserve after dark. Oh, we'll get into that. That sounds interesting. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let's go back to Jim Hart so we can get to the document.
All right.
So that we can get the calls and the shofar and all that kind of stuff. Hold on.
All right. The internet is off and Bluetooth is off. And all right.
Well, all right. You know how I know that.
All right, Jim Hart. All right. So Jim Hart and I got to be good friends, and my farm is here along the river, and Jim lived right along the river also. And back then, we had a lot of problems with wild dogs, feral dogs up and down the river. So much so that TVA back then was offering a bounty on if you killed a wild dog there along the river, you could cut off its left ear and you'd get a $5 bounty for it. In fact, I know a guy that put himself through UNA in Florence on dog ears at $5 a piece to TVA. But anyway, so we were out here on the back of the farm, sitting up on the ridge that's about 500 yards north of me, where I'm sitting right now, and just sitting there shooting the breeze, and had my CB going. We were talking to some of our mutual friends in the area, and occasionally kick on a spotlight and shine around, and we were shooting coyotes and wild dogs, and feral dogs, and we'd been out here probably a couple of hours or so, and then a Bigfoot hollered over there to the northeast of us, and and I just ignored it. Back then, I didn't talk about Bigfoot to anybody outside my family,
Right.
and I just ignored it. And Jim says a couple of expletives. Did you hear that? I said, "Oh yeah, I heard it." He said, "You know what that is?" I said, "Well," he said, "That's a Bigfoot." And I looked at him. I said, "How do you know about Bigfoot?" Well, turns out that his mama is from right up the road from where Greg lives.
Yeah.
and her one of her brothers was a logger down there, and of course they'd all had a bunch of experiences and stuff, and Bubba had heard about them, from the time he was a kid, and plus he had heard them a time or two down along the river, up the part where he lived, and so we got to sharing Bigfoot stories and stuff, and so we started going out and calling and everything. He found out that I knew how to call them, and in fact, I got out and I demonstrated that night, and they didn't come to me because they knew me. The locals here knew me, and they said, it's just that's just him hollering, but they'd answer back, and we'd get, once they realized we were out there, we'd be sitting out there watching for feral dogs and coyotes, and a rock would come sailing over the truck and land out in front of us and roll, or we'd be sitting there and hear a limb being broken or something like that. But anyway, we started researching, poking around in other areas around here, and I guess we started research together in 1975, and we became best friends, and he absolutely was one of my very, very most faithful friends. Yeah, Dale, he liked you a lot, Dale. Yeah, he was a straight up guy. He was a very no nonsense guy. Very no nonsense. He'd tell you, he was brutally honest. If you didn't want to hear what he really thought about something, you better not ask him, because he'd tell you. And at least one time in every conversation, about every conversation we ever had, he'd look at you with this look. He'd look at you like, "You dumbass,"
Yes.
and you had to take him with a grain of salt, but he meant it for good. But I tell you what, if he was your friend, he was your friend. A friend will help you move, but a friend like Jim Hart will help you move a body.
There you go.
He was a great guy, and
he was one of the first people that I ever started messaging and talking to in the Bigfoot world, and I had no idea that he knew you. I had no idea of anything. I just saw a random post that he commented on, and I started talking to him 7 or 8 years ago, and as we got further along, and I would message him and say, "What do you think about this?" or "What do you think about that?" And I was a newbie. I didn't know anything. I was looking at dumb YouTube videos and Facebook posts and everything. And eventually he got to a point after a couple months where he started telling me pretty much all the time, he's like, "You're damn stupid." He's like, "Look at this and look at that." And he just flat out tell you, "No, you're being dumb. You're not paying attention." He was very
Yeah. Yeah. He was I tell you what, Jim had a discernment about people that was just utterly fantastic. Everybody he ever warned me about that, that he was right about them. It always turned out to be correct. And, he was a very gifted guy. Now, he worked for, now this is you talking about somebody pulling themselves up by their bootstraps. When I first met him, he worked for the city in the cemetery department, cleaning up, doing stuff, cleanup work and everything in the big city cemetery in Florida. No. He was working. We used to have a place here called Burger Chef or Burger Queen or something like that. And he would work there on the line putting together hamburgers, and his CB handle at that time was Slanger, because he slanged hamburgers together. Slanger, yeah, that was his CB handle. And so he did that for a while, and then he went to work for the city, working in the cemetery department. Now, he did such a good job out there that they got him. He didn't want to be promoted because he liked being outside, around the cemetery, where he was not around a whole bunch of people. But they promoted him and they moved him uptown, and he took care of downtown Florence, keeping it all picked up and stuff and neat. And he now somewhere along about there, and he kept improving his CB equipment and stuff like that. And he was always really interested in photography, and saved his pennies and bought really nice camera gear. And then and like I said, he kept, doing a lot of photography work, and he would take pictures, a lot of the formations and stuff that we would find when we were out Bigfoot researching, X's and, limb formations and, broken trees and just tracks and just all kind of stuff. And he when the 80s came in, and they first started having personal computers, he bought a Commodore 64, which actually that's a Commodore 64.
I got you.
That's what we used to call it, was a Commodore 64. He bought a Commodore 64. He was the first person that I ever knew that owned a computer. And he could make that thing sit up and whistle Dixie. And then he graduated from that to a Tandy color computer, a Coco they called it, and those were built and sold by Radio Shack, who is now out of business. But he kept learning more and more and teaching himself about computers. And he and another guy started the very first bulletin board service in this area around here. One of the, maybe not the very first, but one of the very first bulletin board services around here. Bulletin board, well, I don't know. Well, there's still bulletin boards out there, but back then all you could do was just text and stuff on them. He kept getting, when they first started getting where you could post graphics on computers, he started, posting photos and stuff like that. And he was always just right on the cutting edge of whatever was going on in the commercial computer world. And eventually he went to work for a computer company here locally. And he started out running their shop and, building computers and repairing computers and recovering data and stuff. And he got the reputation of he developed a lot of software and stuff for recovering lost data off of crashed hard drives and crashed, supposedly crashed floppy disks and stuff like that. I know you younger guys don't know what in the world a floppy disk is. Never wouldn't know what if a load of them fell on you. But anyway, where he really took off is now he introduced me to the internet world of Bigfoot in the late 90s, probably about 96, 97. And I had no earthly idea that you could find Bigfoot stuff online. And he finally got me to look at it. I wasn't really interested in looking at it for a while. He finally got me to, I was over at his house and he sat me down and showed me a couple of sites and stuff. And I got hooked on that pretty close. And my God, it was just unbelievable. For every one researcher, serious researcher that was online back then, you had probably 10 militant trolls and or 10 militant skeptics and probably 30 just total rear end trolls on there. And all they did was try to disrupt everything as much as they could. So we started. The first thing we did to try to get into something that was quieter and where we could actually talk and share ideas was Jim came up with something called Pal Talk through Yahoo. And Pal Talk, it was the very first full duplex two-way chat room. And it eventually got where we could post, photos and stuff on it, but you could type into it as well as talk, audio, full duplex audio, which is two-way audio. And we used that for a number of years, and we met a lot of other good researchers that way. And I met Kurt Moser that way, met M.K. Davis, met Dallas Gilbert, a whole bunch of other, good researchers and stuff. And we decided one time that we talked about I was telling about some of the stuff that went on around my house. I was living in Mississippi then, that was going on around my house down there. And MK or somebody asked, well, because he lives in Mississippi, not too far away from me. He said, man, mind if we come up there? And I'd love to come up there. And I said, sure, y'all come on. Well, I had 30-something people show up that weekend in my yard. Camped out in my yard.
Coonbo holding a rave. A Bigfoot.
But hey, we had a good outing. We went out. We saw a bunch of stuff. I mean, we had several good encounters. It was a good weekend. We got to took them down to AP Road, and everybody got to be yelled at, and I mean the boogers were out. I
want to go there.
Yeah, but anyway, and went to a couple of sets of Indian mounds. We went to a bunch of different places. Went to the Roaring Hollow Church where the booger busted up a revival one night. Right at the time I moved down there, took them there, took them down in some of the swamps along the 10-Tom Waterway. We did a lot of places and had a lot of activity. Amazing, but it was a screaming success. And anyway, things just sort of took off after that. And Bubba, somewhere around in there, he got so good at data recovery and such that one day a police officer approached him and asked him if, said, hey, we've got a computer that we seized from a person, and he erased a bunch of files on it. Do you think you could recover any of these files? And Jim says, sure. Bring it to me. Well, we got it in the car. So they handed it to him. Well, there was another guy with him in plain clothes. And so Jim sat down and he said, well, what kind of stuff are you looking for? He says, child pornography. Oh. And in less than 15 minutes, Jim had found on that computer over 50,000 child pornography images that the guy had erased, thought he had erased and written over it like a couple of 3 times. And Jim recovered them. And on top of that, and Jim says, are you interested in any of this email stuff that's in here? He's got a bunch of email in here where he's getting these things via email, and he's sending out a bunch of them via email. And really? You can get that too? And he pulled all that up, and he was instrumental in busting up the largest child pornography ring in history at that time. And turned out the other guy that was with the police officer was with the FBI. And they had taken that computer away from a fella that they had raided his place in a community not too terribly far from here. And so Jim ended up getting they brought all kind of computers to Jim, and he recovered data, whatever data that, if there was data that the government or the law enforcement wanted on any of those computers, Jim could get it. And cool. He got a big award from a lot of recognition from the FBI, but they couldn't do it publicly because some of the stuff he was working on was against the cartel, and they actually had put a hit out on him at one point.
No kidding.
And he had yes, dead serious. He had a German Shepherd that was one of my dog Bo's pups, and his name was Max. And Max went wild one night, and he was outside in the backyard, and Jim went out there, and just in time to see Max fall, and they had poisoned him with something somehow. They never did find out exactly what. But anyway, Jim realized what was going on and got the heck out of Dodge. And he ended up having to sort of go undercover for quite a while. He ended up moving out of the house that he was living in long about then, and moving back. Well, he ended up moving. I'll just say that. But he had to be a lot more careful about they put more layers of insulation between him and the stuff that he was working on. Layers of protection to protect Jim. And at one time, and you could walk into his house and you could stick your arm out in any direction and lay your hands on a gun. There wasn't a place in that house I don't think you could get more than 3 feet away from some kind of a firearm.
Greg's man cave. Okay.
No. But we kept on researching, and we went to Oklahoma and Texas and just Kentucky and a bunch of different places. And but he was a terrific friend and a fantastic researcher, and he found the best picture, one of the 2 best Bigfoot, one of the 2 best pictures of a dog man's face that I've ever seen.
I was going to bring that up because you mentioned Dallas Gilbert earlier.
Right. Mm-hmm. It was a picture that Dallas and his buddy Keith were Wayne, excuse me. You're right, Dallas and Wayne. They were going up in following up in a holler or creek bottom up in Ohio, and we're easing along, and Dallas started getting the creeps, and he said it got to the point that he couldn't pick up his foot and put one foot in front of the other anymore. He had such a bad sense of foreboding, so he just stopped and he took his camera and he took 5 pictures just panning around. And Dallas used to send a lot of that kind of stuff to Jim. And anyway, so, and he said, and he told Jim, he said, whatever it was, he said, I felt like it was in front of me. He said, like maybe in frame number 3. Well, I don't remember what I was out on or something. I was working overtime that night, and I got in about 11 o'clock, and my phone was ringing. This is back when we had landline phones, you know, the kind that you have to, that sits on your table or hangs on the wall and rings and you pick it up, you know.
Yes, yes.
You young kids don't know what. And actually mine out here, you stuck your finger in it and you dialed it like this, you know. And anyway, so when I got home, I hadn't been home 5 minutes, and the phone started ringing, and it was Jim. And he said, "Where you been?" I said, "I've been working overtime." He said, "Get your ass over here now." And I said, "Man, I ain't even had supper." He said, "You can eat over here. Get your ass over here right now." And so, all right. So I jumped in the truck. Off I went, and got over there, and he says, "Look at this." And he had it up on Jim was the first person I ever knew that had a big screen on a computer. And I don't know where he got this monitor. I think he got it through some of his government connections, but you couldn't buy a monitor like that at Walmart, Best Buys, you know, electronic stores. I'd never seen it. This was about a 32-inch monitor. And anyhow, I looked at Jim, brought it up, and that photograph shocked me more than any other photograph I'd ever seen in my whole life. It was a dog man standing under a tree, sort of in a shadow, and Jim had blown it up, and you could see it from about mid-chest up, and it was sitting there looking right into the camera. Its nose was crinkled up, its teeth were bared, its ears were laid back. The picture was so good that you could see the pupils of his eyes. And I mean, I got chilly bumps all over me right now. But let me tell you, if you could look at that picture, and your blood didn't run cold, you ain't got a soul. I've never seen a photograph that exuded so much. I don't know if you'd call it evil. I don't know if you'd call it warning or disgust or whatever, but that thing was sitting there. But one thing that photograph did do was it proved that you can be close to one of those things and not know it, and that they're not just indiscriminate killers. Right. Because that thing was not happy that Dallas took its picture, but Dallas never knew it was there. Now, at that point, we had a group called the Alabama Bigfoot Research Forum, ABRF. And Bubba was one of the moderators. And the fellow that started it was a guy named Mike McLean. He was ex-military. And Bubba had levels of access that nobody else besides Mike had, you know, because anyway, Mike realized, and Bubba did too, that was the kind of photograph that would just disappear. In other words, government didn't want it out there. So they very purposely disseminated that thing far and wide. He had multiple copies of it in multiple threads, and in the archives of the ABRF, he had them on other websites. He had a bunch of them. The members had copies of them. We had them stashed away. And that lasted for about a year. And then all of a sudden, they just all disappeared. And we have looked and looked and looked and looked to try to find somebody that may have a copy of that thing stashed away somewhere, and haven't found a single one. But he found, I'm not going to talk about it because I don't want my computers fried again. But he found something else in one of Dallas's photos that I ain't never seen anything like it before or since. And that's all I'm going to say.
Okay.
But yeah,
Hey.
I'm not gonna. I ain't gonna talk about it because I've been jacked with for a lot less than that. So
well, I mean, you've talked about before on here about your that incident at your office space where your computer was messed with, and then your computers have been hit several times.
Right. I lost. Go ahead.
I was just.
I lost in a 2-week period. In a 2-week period, I lost 5 hard drives and 6 thumb drives, and my thumb drives were locked up in a Faraday box.
Really?
Dang.
So they had to be there physically in person to get to those.
I at that time I still held a top secret clearance, so I had access to some help, and I had a guy that he was like me. He was ex-government, but still had an active clearance, and he did a lot of work for state entities at that time. And I had him go through one of my thumb drives and go through one of my hard drives. And I had him go through several different things. And he said that the ones that were in my office, that somebody actually came into my office and zapped my stuff from short range. And we checked computers in rooms next to my office, and rooms above it, and rooms below it, and none of them had any damage. And but he said it was a very specific type of damage. I mean, we were examining some of this stuff under a scanning electron microscope. We had access to a couple of them, and these things were fried in a very. I didn't know what I was looking at, but the stuff was fried in a very specific manner, and the hard drives were damaged in a very specific manner. And this is the ones in my office. Now the ones from my home, he said that was probably done out of an aircraft, or possibly somebody that drove down my driveway and did it, from outside my house. They said he was aware that they could do that from the air or from the ground. But anyway,
so
that
just so everybody knows what he's talking about there. And I'm dead serious on this. Y'all see us every Sunday. You do understand we're just real people. We have meet and greets and all that kind of stuff. Most of us are just rednecks.
Exactly.
What he's
not same as me. Jim and I, we used to tell everybody we're just high-tech rednecks.
Yeah.
But what Coonbo is talking about there, where having stuff get zapped or having photos and recordings and information getting deleted, hey, you can think what you want, not blowing smoke up anybody's ass. It actually happens. I know it's crazy, but it's real. I don't know what they're trying to cover up, but it's real. It does happen. Before we go into the document that you and Bubba wrote, one more piece that ties into this, since we were already talking about Dallas, and this is for anybody that has not seen. No, David, I didn't. Give me 1 second. For anybody that has not seen some of the stuff that we've talked about before, or if you're just now finding out about Coonbo and you're watching everything with Coonbo in it, get a load of this. So there's a lot of people in the Bigfoot world that think of boogers as being Harry and the Hendersons and friendly forest giants. And there's a lot of people that realize, hey, these things can scare the heck out of you. But the overall general thing is kind of like what Coonbo was just talking about with Dallas and the dogman. If dogmen were indiscriminate killers, everybody that they came across would be gone. You'd have way more than the group of people that are notated and missing 411. You'd have a lot of people gone. But having said that, though, I do think everybody needs a dose of reality in the sense that, because this is going to come into play when we talk about the shofar. That was the impetus for this whole show. But I think you need a dose of reality, and I think you need to understand what happened to Dallas. And I think you need to be aware that these things, just like any person, you can catch them at a bad time. Are they injured? Are they old and maybe they're not as good at catching their normal prey? Is it that time of year and they're starving? Are they just cranky and pissed off in a bad mood? I don't know. But Coonbo, since you actually heard it firsthand, we have talked about this one time before, but y'all pay attention to this. What actually happened to Dallas that Wayne witnessed? Okay. You don't want to talk about it at all?
I can tell it. I can talk about it, but we're not using any names.
Okay. We're not using any name.
Right. Exactly. Other than Dallas.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Dallas and another researcher were in an area which was, as it was described to me by both persons, was in I think in a creek bottom, and where they had been having a lot of activity, and so they decided to set up some recording apparatus. And back then there weren't these nice portable recorders that we have now, and it was very difficult to get good high quality audio recordings back then with portable equipment. And you couldn't take a reel-to-reel tape deck out there, which was really good stuff. And we couldn't. Digital audio tape about this time had just been developed, and none of us could afford that stuff. So somebody figured out how to take a stereo VHS video cassette recorder, and specifically there were specifically a couple of models of JVC brand video cassette recorders, a couple of models of believe it or not, Sears brand, whatever, I can't remember what brand the Sears ones were. They were actually made by somebody else. And there was another one that was maybe like Pioneer or something, but they were upper end stereo video cassette recorders. And back then you could get a 60-minute, no. You could get a 6 hour video cassette, VHS video cassette. Now, you young guys will have to get online and look that up. But back then, the video cassettes, the audio, even though they had stereo audio, they were on two very narrow tracks on the edge of the tape. And the main width of the tape was used for recording the video. Well, there was some guys figured out how to take the tape, since you're not interested in recording any video, to record audio over the full width of the tape in two channels. And that increased the quality of the audio tremendously. So what we did is we bought these big stereo VHS video cassette recorders, took them apart, modified the boards in them, actually soldered, changed some of the components, moved, put jumpers on them and everything. And we used to call it poor man's DAT, poor man's digital audio tape. And so, but they run on 110. So you got to have an inverter. So we'd buy an inverter to run it. And then you got to have DC power for the inverter. We would buy 2 of the largest marine deep cycle batteries that you could buy back then. And this is before they had these lightweight Optima batteries or whatever, these lithium ion batteries. These are the big old heavy dudes. I mean, some of these son of guns would weigh, what, Greg, 60, 70 pounds a piece? The real big ones?
Probably at least that the big ones would, yeah.
Yeah. And we would these things, we would rig up a stereo mic input. We ended up getting the best deal. We would have 2 standalone mics, and we would point them about 90 degrees apart, and we had separate cables coming to them. Well, as we got better and better at this, we wanted the microphones further and further away from the rest of the equipment. We would have to setting this stuff up was unbelievable. You had to tote those big heavy batteries out there and set them down on the ground. You had to take your box that we had, the plastic box that we had the VCR in, and then you had your cables and everything came all through that. You had your inverter that had to be there, and inverters, most of them have a cooling fan on them, so you had to have it rigged up so your inverter would stay cool. And so it would take, depending on how far back in there you toted these things, it could take you 2 or 3 hours to set it up. And
we can't get people to go out with a $30 digital audio recorder nowadays and just lay the thing down.
And what all the stuff he's talking about now, we're so lucky to have something that size.
Yeah. Right. And I mean, we're talking about carrying 200 pounds of equipment out there.
Right.
These inverters, the inverters back then were didn't have a whole lot of solid states. They were heavy too. So to keep from having to go so far, we started putting longer and longer microphone cords on. So when you put the long microphone cords, we had to use the active mics, and so we had to have amplifiers, microphone preamps on them, and it got to be a pretty big deal. So generally, you had to have 2 people to do it. So Dallas and this other researcher were out there, and they were setting up a rig like this. And Dallas had, I think, he had 100-foot microphone cables. So the other researcher was setting up the recorders and all this mess. And Dallas took the 200-foot rolls of microphone cable and rolled them out. And I got up there and found him a tree where he could hide the mics down in the roots of the tree, in the crevices between the roots, and aimed them up in there. All right. So Dallas was setting up the microphones, and my video is locked up again. Dallas is setting up the microphones, and the other researcher is setting up the VCR and the inverters and the amps, the microphone amps, and the batteries and all that kind of stuff. And then you have to cover it all up so that dew and stuff won't get on it and ruin it and short it out. Or if you have a storm, it won't get ruined. And so he's yeah.
Just here, this is a good spot to just leave everybody on pins and needles. Go out and come back in.
All right, going out.
While he's going
Hang
out,
on, let me see here.
What I was fixing to,
I don't even
top of it.
I can't even see how to get out of here now.
It's that red X says leave studio.
Yeah.
Remove from stage. Is that it?
That might do it. I doubt it. Go ahead and hit.
There's not even a red X here. I can't get the screen to scroll. Let me try this way. All
It
right.
doesn't.
Removed from state. Tell you what.
There he went.
He
Anyway,
found it.
what I was fixing to type in chat, it was taking me a minute, was what Coonbo's basically trying to say, y'all, is they went through all this, and this was cutting edge technology. I mean, they were like a year ahead of, anything before that recorded. They would have had to have a trained parrot tied to a limb, and he would have just listened to what the boogers were doing and then mimic back to them.
Come
Yeah.
back. See, now look, I'm like a lot of people in chat. This is my first time hearing a lot of this, so I'm having trouble sitting, but I'm sitting on the edge of my seat. Like, I know where he's going with it, but I like the way he paints the picture, because what he's saying is this wasn't an easy ordeal to start with.
No.
I think we can ask him when he gets back in here, but I'm pretty sure that the spot that Dallas and the other researcher were at, I'm pretty sure that they had been there before.
Oh yeah, they've been there before many times. That's the thing. Yeah, and that's why they, anytime they tried to go any further, they were having some bad experiences. So they were just going to go in there and just set up a recorder and leave it there overnight. Was what they were going to do. And so anyway, there Dallas is 100 feet up further up the creek bed, or the creek bottom, setting up the microphones. The other researcher is back down there setting up the recorders. The fella setting up the recorders heard something sort of like a or something like that, just some kind of a noise, and he looked up it just in time to see a dadgum about a 10-foot booger had Dallas by the back of the head, or by the head, and snatched him up off the ground, and then just popped his head like that. Didn't snatch it off, just like went to break his neck or something. And Dallas immediately went limp. He threw Dallas over his shoulder, and Dallas's legs were facing forward this way, and he was hanging down. His belly was on the booger's right shoulder, and the booger starts walking on up the valley. Well, I've heard different versions of what happened, what the other researcher did after that. But needless to say, he was extremely upset. I think he started hollering and yelling and all that. Dallas is hanging there upside down with his arms just down, just flopping, flopping and hitting against the thing's back. He's walking, and his head just, flopping. And I don't remember exactly how far the booger got, but at some point Dallas regained consciousness. Now, this is an important thing to remember. Dallas had a Ruger Super Blackhawk 44 Magnum on his hip. That is a big handgun. It's got a 7.5-inch barrel. And I mean, the whole thing is probably a good foot long from the grip to the end of the barrel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, big hog leg. Somehow the buckle on Dallas's holster hadn't come loose. Dallas reached up. Now, mind you, he's hanging upside down on over this booger's shoulder. Wow. He reaches back up, and it was probably a good thing the booger had him on his right shoulder, because if he'd have been on his left shoulder, he may not have been able to get to the gun. But because he was on the booger's right shoulder, and he was able to get to the gun, and he drew it, and he just stuck it back up here, and he drew it, he thumb cocked it, and just stuck it back up till it was up against something, and pulled the trigger. When he pulled the trigger, the booger screamed, like that, threw his arms up and hauled butt running through the woods. And Dallas fell off of his shoulder. And he survived, but he was never the same. He was never the same after that. And a lot of people make fun of him and stuff. But let me tell you, Dallas Gilbert was one more hell of a good researcher up until that happened to him. He was a fantastic researcher, and
Hey, he had a spine of steel. He was brave.
Yeah, he was brave, that's for sure. And but this particular troop of boogers, they had been researching around those things and studying them for a while. And I don't know why. We don't know what tripped that booger off to do that to Dallas. But he was obviously sick and tired of him, because I think he intended to kill him or eat him, or and the fact that he picked him up, threw him over his shoulder, and was toting him off tells me that they weren't just inviting him for dinner. They were going to have him for dinner or something, or throw him down in a crevice in the rocks or something. He was wanting rid of Dallas, and is what I firmly believe. And
you think he was just lucky and didn't accidentally break his neck, or you just kind of stunned him to carry him off?
I think he was just lucky. I really do. Now, Dallas was not a big man.
Yeah.
And people that'll tell you this, there's people that argue about it. But to do the stuff that he did on a regular basis, Dallas was stout. He was hell for stout, as my dad would say. And I mean, to tote the stuff he toted on all the time in and out of the woods, he had to have been stout. I mean, that guy'd grab a hold of a 75-pound deep cycle battery. He'd carry that thing a quarter of a mile through the woods or more. And I mean, he was a tough guy. And I mean, and the stuff where they researched was some serious wilderness.
Yes.
And
West Virginia.
He was in West Virginia and
Ohio,
eastern and southern Ohio. I mean, there's some serious backcountry in where they used
I will say
go.
something. This show is important because before a lot of people, the newbies is what this is for, and me too.
Right.
Need to hear these stories before they go out slapping trees and hollering and
Right.
I mean, that's amazing.
That's exactly the point that story is supposed to illustrate.
Yeah.
And I will say, if we have time, we can go into the other stuff which Coonbo has talked about before, about the dude being folded in half and shoved in his truck, or the guy that was bear hunting and took a shot at a booger and had his head popped. And interestingly, for everybody that is know this, a booger snatching somebody by the head and popping it like that is a very common thing. There are a ton of instances of that. Some of them historical stories about it happening going way back. So
it's quite well documented.
The point being, these things are unpredictable, and if you're treating this very real, this show is not about BS or just having people on that are talking about, all this kind of stuff. This show right here is about the very real being around boogers. If you don't know what to expect, and like he says in the opening salvo, a lot of really, really experienced people could listen to this document that he created. Well, him and Jim, Coonbo and Jim created, because there is a ton of information here. We're not going to go over the whole thing. You do need to read the segue into the document, the opening part of it, because that's really funny.
Yeah. Let's see here. Well, as for good old boys from the South, as are most of our most of us are on this show, anything beyond, hey, hold my beer and watch this, is surprising to folks that don't really know us. But we be high-tech rednecks. And that's one of the things. Let me see here. All right. Now, one thing, anybody's heard me talk, they've heard me say this. And this right here, was we wrote this back in 2016, and I updated, or no, we wrote it about 2015, and I updated it in 2017. But anybody that's been around me has heard me say this. It was, Bubba introduced me to the internet world of Bigfoot in the 90s, and from the very beginning, I was amazed at what the supposed experts didn't know. When I thought I was going to learn all this wonderful stuff. When Bubba showed me the internet world of Bigfoot, and I'm telling you, I was utterly blown away by the total crap, BS that was out there that just wasn't even close to true. And that these guys, so many of them had it totally wrong. But I'm telling you that we're not experts and we're not infallible by any means. And anybody tells you that they're an expert, they're lying. There ain't no experts on Bigfoot.
You should avoid that.
Yeah, exactly. But what this is just a compendium of things that we've been doing for decades that have worked for us and worked for other folks that we knew. They worked for Greg. They worked for our buddy Troy. They've worked for our buddy Mark, and a lot of other folks that we know. And but I will say that even though that these, I can't guarantee it, I'm not going to say that this stuff's going to work every time, but I will say that any serious, honest, and active researcher / investigator knows that he or she is still learning and still has many unanswered questions. And we're all painfully aware that we really know very little about these amazing creatures. So, without further ado, we give you a primer for new researchers. Bigfoot Sasquatch outing preparation basics. And even seasoned researchers can learn something useful in here. And like I said, the following are basic things, techniques that have worked for us and some other researchers over a span of many years, in fact, several decades. Also contained herein are tidbits of knowledge or information that we've gleaned either from screwing up multiple times or from serious research on the subject. This primer is not all inclusive. There's no way we could include everything in this one post, but we'll add to it later. There's no guarantee that these techniques and information work for you and every booger that you may encounter. You have to keep in mind that boogers or Bigfoot or Sasquatch, whatever you want to call them, are wild animals. Very intelligent wild animals, but still wild animals. And there are generalities to their behaviors, but each is an individual with its own personality and own life experiences and own attitude towards humans. And they can be sick, injured, old, hungry, or just having a bad day. And all of these can affect how they may react to you. Or somebody could have shot at one of their loved ones or shot one of their loved ones. I mean, there's a bazillion different things that could happen. All right. Now, one of the things that Jim wanted in here is there are many varying points on the following subject matter. First and foremost, your safety is paramount. It's very easy to get caught up in the moment and make some mistakes. A booger encounter is the time you need to remain calm and manage your fear, because fear is the mind killer. Knowledge is power. If you have knowledge of what you fear, you have power to control your fear. Being a complete newbie in the Bigfoot world is scary enough, especially when you know absolutely nothing and can't get information from trustworthy sources. Striking out in the field alone in search of the elusive booger is hair-raising, to say the least. We prepared this stuff in no particular order, and they're not to be taken as step-by-step instructions. We put these helpful hints and simple tips together just to help you keep safe and help you increase your chances of success in the field. And everybody that's been around me very much has heard me say this. Number one, parking your vehicle. Sounds trivial, but it's not. And I broke this one. I broke my number one rule one time myself, and it cost me $700 and something.
And that's a good
lucky
story.
didn't cost for that. And anyway, never park in a way that requires you to maneuver your vehicle to get out of there quickly, because you may be in a potentially highly stressful situation. You want to be able to park your vehicle so it's pointed in a safe direction out, where all you have to do is jump in there, crank it up, put it in gear, stomp the gas, and go straight ahead down the exit road quickly. No need to turn left or right, back up, or turn the vehicle around. Prepare ahead of time for a fast exit. Trust me, you will know when it's time to leave. And if you do this long enough, you will have to do this at some point. If you haven't had to make a quick getaway out of something, you haven't been researching very long or in the right places.
I'm going to throw an amen on that one.
Another thing I would add to that, if possible, have more than one way out. If possible.
Yeah, if you can get that, but there's a lot of places that we go that don't. There's a one way in and one way out. So you get in there, you turn around, and you make sure that now we were trying to make mash the skinny pedal and get the heck out of Dodge. Yeah, that's right, Billy.
Well,
we were trying to get out of a place one time, and we came around. We had gone about 300 yards and a couple hundred yards, and started through the first curve, and there were two trees shoved down across the road that weren't there when we came in.
That's what
They tried to block us in. Yeah. All right. Also, and Spencer and I have had a good talk about this. It's very common for people when they have their first encounter with a booger to totally lose it and to do things that they would never do otherwise. So, if you're the owner of the vehicle, you need to have a set of keys on your person, and preferably with a remote on it. And you need to leave another set of keys in the vehicle, or give them to if you're wanting to lock your vehicle up, then you need to give the other set to someone that's trustworthy in your group. Now, when people have a close-up encounter, they will lock you out of your own vehicle, and they will do everything they can to keep you from opening up the door just enough for you to get into your own vehicle. Trust me on that. It's happened to me, and I've seen it happen to quite a few other people too. And so you don't think that your girlfriend or your wife or your best friend that's with you is going to jump in there and then unlock the door so you can get in. That ain't going to happen if it's a bad situation. We had two boogers right out there after myself and another researcher one time, and two women were in my truck, and we're locking the door just faster than we could unlock it. And it took me wearing the dadgum remote out and the other guy yanking the door handle like crazy on the opposite side of the truck. And after about 50 or 60 attempts, and I'm not exaggerating, it might have been more than that, we finally caught it at the right millisecond, and he got the door open. And once he got that first door open, then he was able to get it unlocked where I could get in on the other side. And that's when we were leaving out of there, and they'd shove the trees down across the road. But anyway, so you need to be prepared to be able to get into your. Do what? Who said something?
I was filming footprints at the LBL, and about 80 yards from the truck at Red Hall or Spencer's. I said it again. But anyway, she had a rock thrown out of the woods behind her and bounced towards the truck. I got back. I was locked out of the truck.
It will happen. People react differently, please be aware. The whole point of this, again, just really, really, really need to enunciate this. If you're watching this show, hello, boogers are real. The first time you encounter them, if somebody goes out there thinking it's a joke, they're going to have a very extreme reaction the first time that it happens. Pay attention.
Yeah. All right. Now I'm locked up again. Damn it.
Up again.
Do what now?
I said,
maybe. Let me read. Let me go over this other thing here because this is important. All right. The number 2 in the list here was booger face off. And it starts out, success, you found your first booger, but it's mad. Or it appears to be. If you ever come face to face with a booger, you need to heed the following advice. Do not treat it like a bear attack or a bear encounter. Do not. And what he's saying that they absolutely will distract you. One will distract you while another one will ease up behind you.
Cool.
That happens.
Or crawl under the truck.
Most of the time, do what?
I said, or crawl under the truck.
They will crawl under the truck. We've had a couple of good rodeos due to that. You want me to get out and come back in, or just keep going?
Go ahead. At this point, everybody's biting nails and sitting on the edge of their seat.
All right, here we go. All right. So some researchers say to treat it as a bear attack, but this is wrong. Think about it. When you're attacked by a bear, you're supposed to take an aggressive stance, stand your ground, and make yourself look bigger. The bear attack scenario says to hold your arms or a backpack over your head. If you're wearing a coat, spread it out to make yourself look wider and yell as loudly as you can. The goal is to intimidate the bear and not go easy into the night. Fight back like you're fighting for your life, which you are, or play dead. That might be good for bears, but it's not so good for boogers. Number 1, if you're in a stare down with a booger, don't run like I did the first time I ran into one in the middle of the night, about 30, 40 feet away. Don't run. If you are confronted by an aggressive booger and you are caught alone and or away from the protection of your vehicle or home, and you know that it's close enough to easily catch you, do not run. Now, you got to realize these things, we have clocked these things at 50 miles an hour. Multiple times. I've chased them on 4-wheelers, they've chased me in my vehicles. I know how fast they can go. They can hit 50 miles an hour for a distance. All right. So they can catch you pretty quick. They can do 25 or 30 miles an hour through cutover and briars and stuff that you could not force yourself through, that you absolutely couldn't crawl through. And they can blow through it like it's hardly even there. A booger is an apex predator, and if you run, the predator-prey instinct will kick in, and it very possibly could give chase or will give chase, very possibly. If it does give chase, you cannot outrun it. Yes, stand your ground, but take a non-aggressive or passive stance and attitude. We'll talk about that one in a minute. All right. Now, this gets into a little bit of a primate behavior. We're not proclaiming that boogers absolutely positively are primates. Now I believe they are, because since I wrote this, I've gotten hard evidence that they can interbreed with us. Some of them can. They do. They exhibit primate type behavior, especially behaviors common with the great apes. The great apes, when agitated, put on a show known as an aggression display. They scream, holler, thrash. They scream, holler, thrash, break limbs, pull up trees, throw stuff, beat their chest, and strive to show exactly how bad they can be. Boogers often do exactly the same thing. The booger's goal is to intimidate their component, show how big and bad they are, and this is important, and avert a potential fight. Very few actually launch a full attack on sight. It's usually one of the alphas that will put on a good aggression display. You can sometimes identify if you're dealing with an alpha male or female as they are sometimes larger than the other members of the troop and also hyper aggressive when they perceive a threat. Now, sometimes when you see them, they'll have damage around the face. The face, head, hands, and arms, such as scars, broken noses, missing eyes or ears, missing fingers, and broken teeth. When primates fight, they usually attack the most vulnerable parts, the face, the eyes, the genitals, and the hands. And since they primarily attack with the hands and teeth, the above referenced damage occurs. You can Google for images of chimpanzee, gorilla, baboon, and monkey attacks, and you'll see what we're talking about. You do not want to provoke this kind of an attack. But again, don't run. Stand your ground, but as you do it, avoid direct eye contact, as this is a challenge. Assume a more progressive, a more passive stance, and look as non-threatening as possible. And start backing away slowly. Avoid eye contact, and in case we haven't said it before, avoid eye contact. If the booger is swaying from side to side, or if it starts swaying from side to side, shifting its weight back and forth from one foot to the other, whether it's making vocalizations or not, it is also scared. Plus, it's indecisive about what to do next. If it's emitting vocalizations while swaying, it's trying to get its courage up to act on something, especially if its vocalizations are increasing in number, volume, or intensity. This is a good time to start backing away if you feel you're too close for comfort. A booger will sometimes false charge in an attempt to intimidate. This is a high-speed charge right at you, but diverting away from you at the last moment. As said before, these false charges are often preceded by swaying side to side, accompanied by escalating vocalizations. Now, in all my 50-plus years of researching Bigfoot and being up close to quite a few of them, I have never personally been false charged. I know people who have been, that have been charged. Yeah.
Coonbo,
I know.
Coonbo, when they would do that to me, they wouldn't run at me and then veer off to the side. They would run straight at us or at me, and they'd get out there within 25, 30 yards and just stop. And that's when they'd go to having a fit. They wouldn't just run by and keep going.
Right. Well, I've had them do that to me numbers of times. I've heard them charge me and then slam on the brakes when they get within about, anywhere from 20 yards to 20 feet. I've had them do that. But now, as far as stopping a charge, a gun is the last thing a firearm is the last thing you want to use to stop a charge.
Wait. Let's stop right there, because this is a big part right here. You see a lot of people talk about, I would carry this kind of firearm with me and I would be loaded like commando. Stop here. Please go out and come back in so we can actually see you unfrozen.
Yeah.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Sure.
No. I'll raise my hand. So, y'all, and this is to the new people. Well, Greg, I think, whoever just said that, we have 221 in chat. We're texting back and forth. There's a lot of people who hadn't been here before. Spencer and everybody put the show out there, and we've got people that's never joined. So I'm going to tell you a little bit of what something happened to me, and I'm going to tell you that listening to this helps you. So when you're prepared for a situation, you're better off. So to make it quick, my son and I, some of you have heard this, my son and I were hunting. We were coming out. We feel that we spooked one because we were being quiet. It was close to dark. We didn't see it, but it did the huff growl, and we could, when it turned, it was so big you could almost feel it moving. We couldn't see it. My son, reactive, starts up with his rifle. And I put my hand on top of the scope and pushed the gun down, and I said in the woods, "You know what Coonbo said about that?" He said, "Oh yeah." He said, "I was just going to try to get the scope and see if I could see it." I said, "Do not point that gun that way." And then it didn't sound like a aggressive, mad huff growl. It sounded like we surprised it. It shocked it a little bit. So I just waved like Greg had done before, listening to him, and just said, "Hey, we're leaving. Like, we're out of here." And then we turned and left, and we didn't hear it move again. But if you listen to this advice, let's say that'd been my first time. Well, if Peyton had pointed that gun at it, it could have went sideways, like Coonbo says. Yep. So listening to this stuff, when something does happen, at least you will have that knowledge to try and keep it from happening, something bad happening. So that's my 2 cents.
I think one of the main points is, if you're going to do this for real, if you actually ask Greg. Greg's on our show every damn week. You guys have full access to Greg. Greg actually encountered them hunting while he was hunting.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you right now, you have to have your wits about you, and you have to be calm. You have to be cool. If you are going to lose your shit, you are going to put yourself in a much worse situation.
Yeah.
That's
Spencer. What gets me is there's a lot of people, and I've heard them say it over and over. Many people. Well, I'm not scared. I'm armed. I'm going out there. I got my AR with me. Well, I'm gonna tell you something. You might as well be out there throwing wet spaghetti noodles at the damn thing. You know, I've got a bunch of ARs. I've got AKs. I've got many different weapons. I've been in the woods with these things hundreds of times. I mean, anybody wants to go back and listen to my encounters, what I talk about, what I've witnessed. I mean, I've witnessed this stuff for 25 years. I've been bluff charged. I've had anything you think of that I've had happen to me. And, you know, I was pretty much always armed, but I have never, not one time, fired not one round. And I owe a lot of that to Mr. Bill White, Tal Bronco, because the man cautioned me. He said, "Look, be armed, that's fine, but it better be your last," I'm talking about your Alamo, your last resort to shoot one of these things or shoot at one.
Yeah.
Because
that's the hill you're going to die on.
Yes, that's exactly right.
Once you pull that trigger, there's no telling what's going to happen.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. If you shoot one, you may hit it with a lethal shot, but it's kind of like hunting deer, and anybody's hunted deer. I've shot deer and pieces of their heart be laying on the ground, and the deer where I shot them, and the deer run 150, 200 yards. It may not die instantly. You may shoot a booger and it may be a lethal hit, but if it takes the thing 5 minutes to die, what could it do to you in 5 minutes? Well, and then the other factor is, I think Tim's going to unanimously back me up on this. These things aren't alone. They may be a couple of 100 yards away from another one or several more. But the very minute that you shoot one, they already know that booger that's accosting you is doing something with somebody or something. And odds are they're on the way to back that one up. And they may already be there backing that one up. They're just solid. They're behind you or flanking you. And the minute you shoot that one, I'm telling you what, the rest of that family group is not going to be happy about what you just did. It's going to go south.
Look at all of the encounters that are out there. Y'all, this is as real as you're going to get with people that have real experience talking about this. All of the encounters that are out there. Go ahead.
Well, Greg, were you with us when we were up at that place near Smallwood's old house? When we were down at the boat ramp and we were watching a group of them that were down the hill below us, and then we were watching them on thermal, and Jimmy, or I think it was Jimmy, said, "Hey, look behind you." And I turned around with mine and looked, and there was like 4 of them up the hill behind us that had slipped in there on us. We never heard them or nothing.
No, I wasn't with y'all that
I
night.
don't know if you were.
No,
Okay.
I wasn't there that night. I remember y'all talking about it.
Many times we have oh man, locked up again, son of a gun.
Coonbo, you just got brand new internet.
It's freaking satellite internet. It's freaking HughesNet. That's the best.
Drag it all out on the
Oh, HughesNet sucks.
You're gonna have to.
It's a lot better than the Viasat. It's
You're gonna
a
have
whole
to
lot better
do
than the
what-
Viasat.
Yeah, you're gonna have to do what I did at my home. I had to get that. It's called Sardis Tail. It worked pretty good. It's way better than HughesNet.
I mean, hang on. Let me. I'm gonna get out again. I'll come right back.
That's
All
fine.
right.
We got time.
We're going to start calling him Frog or Yo-Yo.
Hey, this is going to be a 3.5, 4-hour show.
What's all right? Look, we're covering very important stuff. And guys, I know anybody that's been watching Woodwalkers for a while, y'all have all heard me try to warn people and caution, just really caution people about if you're going out looking for these things, you can't just throw caution to the wind and put yourself in a bad situation, because I promise you can get in a bad situation very fast. I talk about.
Well,
Go ahead, Tim.
let me get on. Let me get on with this, Greg. I'm sorry. I hate to
No.
interrupt you, but
No,
Interrupt him. Go on.
if you're at night, I mean, if you're out at night, the very best defense that you can carry with you is a good, strong flashlight or spotlight. And I'm talking about it's got to be minimum of 500 lumens, and the more the better. I carry I think it's 1800 or something lumen little handheld spotlight with me. It's real lightweight, and it will light. I can see eye shine over 600 yards with it, and didn't pay much for it. I bought it off Amazon of all places. But anyway, all right, let me show you.
Well, with the light, he's exactly right, because the further you can see, the more time you have to react to something. So
right, and you see it's got one LED in it, and it's got a pretty big head, and it's year blue or something like that, and it's rechargeable. My wife finally taught me, and she's a retired cop. Actually, she's also retired Secret Service, but anyway, she talked me into getting my first rechargeable spotlight, and 3,500 lumens. This one here may be 3,500, 4,000. I don't know how much it is. It's a bunch, but I can see the body of a booger over 300 yards away with this thing without even having to see the eye shine. But I can see eye shine over 600 yards with this thing. That's 3/8 of a mile, in case you're wondering. I ordered this one off of Amazon for $27 here about 3 years ago, and I've been tickled to death with it. All right. Now, if you're out at night and you're getting charged by one, or they're blowing through the brush at you, or they've run out in front of you, or out in the road in front of you, a bright light blast in the face and eyes with a spotlight, a strong fast flashlight, a camera flash, a strobe light, or any other bright light will stop or turn away the charge and give you time to get out of the area. Did all that come through okay, Spencer, or did it get chopped up?
Nope.
No, you
okay, good. All right. Even if you experience an unprovoked spontaneous charge, strong light shown right in the booger's face and eyes is more effective at stopping it than gunfire, just like what Greg said. Because things, large animals like that, elk, we're talking about some of these big alpha males. They can weigh as much as a dadgum bull or a horse, close to it. I mean, we're talking about above 1,000 pounds, and it's hard to stop something like that in its tracks and let you get a brain shot
when it's charging.
Yeah. And anyway, follow your instincts. This is important. If that little voice in your gut or your head tells you need to leave now, listen to it. Do it. Open up an extra large, super fast acting, jumbo size can of Gone and get your butt out of there. And listen to me, and don't feel bad about it later on, because don't second guess yourself. Trust me on that. And don't wonder if you should have stuck around longer. Don't do that to yourself. And when you're telling other folks about the encounter later, don't listen to anybody who criticizes you for getting out of there. Anybody that would criticize you for leaving, they ain't a researcher. They've never been in that situation before. So they're not even worth your time to worry about. Just blow them off.
All of the people
I'm not saying
like, why didn't you take a picture?
Yeah.
Right.
I got
Exactly.
made fun of. Spencer remembers this. I got made fun of because I didn't cast a track. I was there by myself. I was scared. There was about 30 different tracks there, and I wouldn't have casted a track if I had 100 pounds of stuff. I got out of there.
Roger, you know how
Yes,
many
sir.
tracks I've cast in my life? You know how many tracks I've cast in my life?
No, sir.
Zero. None. I take pictures of the track. I look at them. I examine them, and then move on. I don't care. You can have a closet full of track casts, and that ain't gonna tell you anything about how they live, what they eat, where they, all the other kind of stuff that's really important. Yeah, we know they've got a mid-tarsal break. We've known that for decades. And we know that some of them got ingrown toenails. We know that some of them got broke toes.
Yeah.
And I think that's a reaction from people who don't know yet. They might exist, they might not. If they walked up on the track, they would want to bring that back. I didn't care. I got it documented as well as I could with video, and I left.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
But
I think we've covered firearms pretty good, but let me tell you something that one of the things that we've learned is that most of the time when you're armed, even if you're concealed carrying, you'll have less success with getting the boogers to come close to you, or in the area. And I think that many times when you pull up into an area, you've already been spotted by one of their lookouts, and they're sitting there watching what you do, and you so they watch you getting out of your vehicle, and they'll see you, making sure your pistol's in the right place, or in your shoulder holster, or in your inside the waistband holster, or whatever, or or just a standard belt hold. They'll see you messing with it, and they're not stupid. They're all, in many ways, they're just as intelligent as we are, and they know what firearms are, absolutely positively. And they see you messing with something that you're trying to hide on your body, and that makes them wary. Or especially if you're carrying a long gun, that makes them very wary. And
before you get off of the firearm subject, talk about other stuff that you might have in your hand that they might misinterpret.
That's on my list. Yeah, that's on my list. And now, one thing people say, well, I'll have it in my belt, and I'll have it concealed on me, and I'll get out of my vehicle, and I'll never touch it. I won't do anything to telegraph that I've got it. Well, even then, we've seen our success rate go down. And I think, they have, like most wild animals, they have, sense of smell a lot better than ours. And, they can smell the gun oil and everything. And you know, like for instance, Hoppy's number 9. It's got a very distinctive, strong scent. And you know, real men, that we use that for aftershave. And you know, I know Greg does, I do, you know. And a real woman, you know, she'll love that smell of Hoppy's number 9 on you. I'm just kidding. But now seriously, there's a lot of different gun oils and stuff that have very distinctive smells to them. And even though we may not notice it, you know, we become accustomed to it. You know, you lay that gun down and, you know, be away from it for a while and come back and pick it up. And even with our bad sense of smell, you can smell of it. You can smell that stuff. But now there are a couple of companies out there that make odor-free gun oils. And yeah, exactly what Mark says. I always will have something in my truck that I can get to quickly. But on my body, I won't have anything but a flashlight. And they sort of seem to know what a flashlight is. They're not as scared of a flashlight. But when we're out there, we usually keep the flashlights turned off unless, you know, until we've been there for quite a while and we're maybe wanting to move or something like that. But you need to be as quiet as you can out there, and you know, keep your talking to a minimum. You know, don't stomp around on the gravel, especially if you're trying to record. Walking on gravel, recorders pick that up like you cannot believe.
Oh my
and
gosh!
You'll hear calls that you can hear with your ears way in the distance. But if somebody's whispering over here or walking on the gravel, that will drown out a lot of calls. And
recorders will never do justice. Any recorded call or growl or howl, it does not do justice. Anything that you see on a YouTube show, there is no way to compare that to what happened in real life.
And it's hard not to have a reaction. One of the best and funniest, I'm gonna make fun of Bama, not really, but I love this when y'all are recording the house and Bama's like asking what that is. I'll clean it up a little bit. That makes you know it's credible tape. But you're right. Anytime I hear somebody, they'll talk about, you know, hey, listen to this. If it's too loud, and that you recorded that with iPhone, if it's too loud, I'm like, I don't know. You had to be right on top of it, you know. So, but
yeah,
it's like Spencer got onto me for using the phone.
Yeah, there are some pretty good researchers out there that do not know to be still and quiet. And I know one I've had to what I said, be quiet. And if you're running your mouth, you can't hear the stuff at a distance.
Hey,
all right.
There are good researchers out there that don't know to turn the recorder on before they get out of the vehicle. But a lot of that has to do if the person that is driving the vehicle doesn't tell them, oh, shit, we're going to stop for a few minutes and somebody's going to do a call. Just saying. It's a learning curve.
What about if the researcher says, what about if the researcher says that took the certain person out there and the one that the host that took you out there says, well, we've been here long enough. I reckon it's about time that we let them know that we're here. And, everybody says, okay. And
we were going to dinner.
You gonna make a call and do what?
We were going to dinner.
Well, anyway, like I said, $20,000 worth of recording equipment does no good sitting on the front seat of the truck.
That is true.
However, that certain researcher did shortly thereafter pretty much make up for it by recording some of the best thermal video that I've ever seen. Got 3 boogers in a tree, climbing a tree.
We'll see.
Mr. Spencer.
Yeah.
But anyway, All right. So we got a section here talking about stuff, gadgets and gizmos. Most researchers we personally know carry cameras, audio recorders, thermal imagery, cell phones, and or various other gadgets and gizmos into the forest with them. Many set out game cameras as camera traps and drop boxes with audio recorders in them in an attempt to gather evidence, usually with very limited success. One anomaly that occurs very, very frequently is that perfectly good brand new batteries can be drained in a matter of minutes if you're in close proximity to boogers.
Yes.
Yes. The first time it happened to me personally, Mike Stuckey, who is now passed away, but he was ahead of his time with good, really good recording of Mike and another guy named Ken from St. Louis. Boy, they had great stuff. But Mike and I were down in Mississippi, and we were recording some stuff. And I had told him before he came there, and I'd asked him, "You got fresh batteries?" "Yep, got fresh batteries. Just put them in just a few minutes ago." All right. So we get out there, and we are recording, and this would be absolutely freaking awesome if we'd been able to record it. But we recorded me making a call, an owl call, a booger answering us back, that we were sitting there looking at the booger about 50 yards away, and an owl in a tree that was sort of in a triangle formation just to our left. I mean, to our right, excuse me. But I would make a call, the booger would make a call, the owl would make a call. Then I would make a call, the booger would make the call, and the owl. And we had a three-way going. And I said, "Mike, you getting this?" He said, "Yeah, my batteries are dead." I uncharacteristically got mad, and I started fussing and cussing. And I said, "I told you to put good fresh batteries in your recorders." "I did. I just put them in." I said, "Damn it! If you'd have put good batteries in there, then they wouldn't have been bad." You know. And I said, "Get your ass in the truck." And so we got in the truck and we drove 28 miles to the nearest Walmart, nearest town, and bought new batteries. Came driving back out there. I loaded, we put a bunch of new batteries and everything else, went right back out. Now, in the meantime, that booger was gone. We got over into another area and got to recording. Same thing happened again. And, in the meantime, I had gone and dug out. Now, Mike's recorders were a whole lot better than mine. I had dug out a little, and we didn't, by this time, my old poor man's digital audio tape rig with a deep cycle batteries and the inverter and the VCR video cassette recorder, that was all poop. We just flat wore it out. And I had bought an Olympus recorder that used the micro cassettes. So I got that and put fresh batteries in it. We got over there in an area about 15 miles from where we first were, and had boogers getting in close on us, and my Olympus recorder died. And then Mike's, actually, one of his kept going. Like I said, we had three or four recorders going, and all but one died. But I have witnessed that quite a few times, how quickly it'll suck batteries down. And that's a whole nother field of speculation. Let's see here. So always carry a lot of extra batteries with you. I have found that even though they're more expensive, the lithium batteries actually in the field are a good idea. If you're using AA's or AAA's, the lithium batteries are worth it. Let's see here. All right. One of the guys, this is something that we wrote, like I said, we wrote this. This is back in 2014 or so when we wrote this part, where we were talking about that some researchers mount a backwards pointing GoPro or other camera in an attempt to capture activity behind them, and several have had success with this method. This can be done by mounting the proper hardware onto a simple backpack. In our opinion, this method technique is worthy of further investigation. Well, since then, he passed away here a while back, but guy that became pretty well known by having a GoPro mounted on his pack looking backwards.
Scott Carpenter.
Scott Carpenter, yes. He actually proved Scott Carpenter and he's this other guy's dead. Hawk Spearman. Hawk Spearman was the first one that used that with good success, and Hawk was a good researcher. Another one, I wish I could have gotten to know him a whole lot better, but I never got a chance to. But Hawk was the first one to use that I know of with success, and then Scott Carpenter had great success with it.
Got a question. Sorry to interrupt, but it's a valid point on this subject. Right now, with everybody, this is not in your pendulum there. Right now, with everybody using digital cameras.
Yeah.
Not to bring up anybody else, but do you think there is a difference between cameras that use old school film and like even the old school big VCR cameras that took the VCR tapes? Do you think there is a difference between what the film picks up on that versus the digital stuff nowadays?
Well, yes, there is. Now, and there's also a huge difference between a film camera like a 35 millimeter camera or even a film movie camera versus a digital camera. All this autofocus stuff is a royal pain in the butt in the field.
I believe that.
Back when Bubba and I started this, I had an Olympus OM1. I had an Olympus OM1 full manual camera, and I had an Olympus OM2S program. And I found that I could get the problem with an autofocus. Oh, dadgummit. Locked up again. The problem with an autofocus camera is that it's focusing on what's the closest. Yeah. And you in the woods, you have a terrible time getting it to focus on where the booger actually is. That's why most of the pictures nowadays are blob squatches. That's why we don't have any decent video. We have very little decent video of boogers, moving around and stuff. And now, granted, the Patterson-Gimlin film probably could have been recorded done with a digital video camera because there wasn't a whole lot of intervening terrain. If the field of view was narrow enough that it would try to focus on the booger. Now, if you had a wider field of view, well, then wider field of view though usually gives you a greater depth of field of focus. But the colors look different between a digital camera and the film cameras according to the type of film that was used. That back then you had Ektachrome, Kodachrome, you had just a whole bunch of different types, and they had a different the pictures looked different according to what kind of film that you used, whether it was movie film or still film. But the cameras themselves, when you could manually control the focus, well, the old tech, the film the camera that Patty was filmed with didn't have batteries in it. It had a wind up clock mechanism. You had to wind it up.
Yes.
You had to wind it up, and it ran. It had a mechanical drive to it, not a battery powered drive.
not telescopic.
Well, I used to use one I used the most was a what was this? It was a 50 to 130 or a 50 to 150 zoom, which a 50 millimeter, 50 or 55 millimeter lens is what came standard on 35 millimeters back then, and gave you the photograph came out looking more like what you would see with your naked eye. And
yeah,
the 150, the 150, like I said, 50 or 55 millimeter was about a 1x magnification, about what your normal eye sees. 150 is a 3 power zoom, 3x. And you would have, I had a 350 millimeter zoom that was, I've still got it as a matter of fact, and that's equal to 7 power binoculars.
My point would be for most people, and I've got quite a bit of experience with like thermals and binoculars and zoom lenses and everything. Most of the time you are in a wooded area or the woods are close to you.
Right.
You don't really have the opportunity to use a zoom unless you're looking at something that's up on a ridge line, 500 yards away. But here is something else to consider. People, please, if you're using a thermal, do not buy a thermal that has a automatic 3-time magnification or night vision, because whenever you're standing 20 yards away from the wood line, the field of view is so small. You don't want that. You want a much wider field of view.
That's like the best opportunity I ever had to get some decent video off of my thermal. And my thermal was a, I don't even know if they still make it anymore. It's a cheap FLIR brand. And a booger walked across the road, like we measured it off later. It's 28 feet in front of me, 28 feet away. And all I could get was either nothing or the whole frame filled up with, with bright yellow orange.
Yes.
Yeah, I couldn't see. The best I was able to get is I got a glimpse of it was turning its head looking at me, and I was able to see the eyeballs because the eyeballs appeared hotter than the rest of its head, and I just got a flash of them. And it's like at 28 feet I couldn't get anything. Mostly I couldn't get anything recognizable. I could have taken the picture of the side of my truck or the engine or the side of a cow, and it would have looked just as good as what the booger looked.
It would be like trying to hunt with a scope that has a 3-time magnification and you're only 30 feet away from what you're looking at. It's so blown up in your field of view, you can't really get a good picture of where it is.
Right.
It'd be like trying.
Sure.
Well, and you're probably going to go over this, but since we're talking about mistakes and something I made a mistake early on, folks in chat, get the most memory that you can afford. Because I've had things like I filled up and something happened, and I'm out of memory. You're out there in the field and you can't take pictures, you can't film anything. And I started out just getting stuff to make do, and it bit me in the butt a couple of times. So that. I'm sure you're going to go over that, but that's just that's my opinion.
All right, right now is a good point. Coonbo, jump out and come back in. What is up with your internet?
He's going to be out.
Don't ask me.
Damn.
Don't ask me.
He's a NASA engineer, and he's still got crappy internet.
No doubt. They had better linkage with the shots to the moon back in the 60s than Coonbo's got right now.
He was literally somebody that worked on like the satellites and stuff that would watch the space shuttle as it hit like orbit entry and everything. And
y'all know
his internet sucks.
Y'all know what's going to happen. The next time he comes on, it's going to be super incredible, and he's going to have like nails stuck in things and wires run. He's going to re-engineer everything. You know what I mean?
What it is.
Like,
It's
don't
right
touch that remote.
Coonbo is going to go out and build that new 70-foot like tower for the antenna out in the backyard.
There'll be a picture of him and Elon Musk in his backyard and them talking.
Right. Coonbo calls Elon and is like, man, you got to help me out.
What you're missing out is a 10 full lined armadillo helmet. That would help reception.
Oh man.
Last year, speaking of armadillo helmets,
Speaking of
Joe, my dog Joe is an armadillo assassin, and he killed one, and we left it laying out here in the sun. The buzzards cleaned it all out, and it just left just a shell. And I stuck a stick in it to sort of flatten it back out like and make it normal shape. I put it on. I was going to put it on my sister's front porch, and I was warned by my brother-in-law that if I didn't want to be killed, I better not do that. But it looked good. But I did scare some folks with it.
He said it looked good. Don't they carry? What do they carry? Do they carry
leprosy.
Leprosy.
Yeah, I wore rubber gloves when I was handling it. But anyway, one of the other reasons that we think that that boogers, boogers. A lot of times, if you got just a whole bunch of stuff on you, binoculars and cameras and flashlights and recorders and all this kind of crap hanging off him and banging around, that's going to give the boogers are going to be a little bit upset about that, or maybe not upset, but they're going to be wary of you. So, and another thing too, people wonder about why trail cams, why they never catch boogers on trail cams. Well, the boogers know what they are. They're not dumb. They see us put them out. They smell them. They got a smell. Electronics have a smell. If you don't believe it, open up, stick your nose in it, you can smell it. Now, if we can smell it, the boogers can smell it, and they smell a whole lot better than we do. But
hold on.
Anyway, also boogers. What?
If you're gonna go,
do you want to get through this or not?
Yes, yes, but if you're going to go into that area for just 1 minute, do you think they can see fields, auras, electromagnetic fields, stuff that we can't?
I believe they can. They have some way of I believe that they can see or detect. They have some way of detecting electromagnetic fields. I believe that they have some way of seeing our aura, because they can. I believe that they can sense our intent.
Me too.
And I believe that they can see electronic devices out there that we leave out in the woods. And I think they're a lot. They've got abilities that we don't understand, that we don't have, and they're more intelligent than what we give them. Most folks give them credit for.
There we go. There we go. Continue with the sermon.
All right. Now, also, electronics emit some kind of most electronics, even supposedly passive detectors and stuff like that. At some point in their operation, they emit some kind of a noise. Usually, it's an ultrasonic noise, which that'd be in the ultrasound range, but it's a noise that they can hear. Sometimes we can hear them. Another thing too, there's been question about whether or not they can see infrared. They absolutely, positively can see infrared. My buddy Travis Day and I proved that. We, in fact, I've got the video. I found the video of it here a while back. Travis had a really, really good an actual night vision scope, and then we had a infrared spotlight, and we were looking at some boogers that were sneaking up on some deer, and we were looking at them from quite a distance away. They were not aware that we were there, I don't think. But Travis had the night vision scope going on, and he was recording. And so, of course, I couldn't see exactly where to aim, but because we didn't have any other lights on. And when I clicked on that infrared spotlight on the video, it was freaking unbelievable how bright it lit up everything. And of course, I was just pointing at the swinging around because I couldn't see where to aim because I didn't have any visible light out there. And Travis was watching. He told me, swing it a little bit more to the right, swing it out up a little bit. And as soon as I got the infrared spotlight on the boogers, they turned around and left, got out of there. So they absolutely positively can see infrared. And we've done this at some other places too. So that was a place up in Missouri. Let's see here. All right, we talked about habituation. Habituation is basically the feeding and or baiting of wild animals is called habituation. That's something that you don't want to do because it's very, very, very well documented. If you start habituating the boogers and they get used to getting food or treats or whatever, and something happens and suddenly you just quit, like you have to go in the hospital, or you go on vacation or whatever, you move, the boogers get upset when their treats or food supply is cut off. They quickly adapt to easy treats, easy food. And there are many recorded incidences of houses being broken into by boogers. And that's all I got to say about that. I mean, there's no question about this. Habituation is the last thing you want to do to boogers around your house. Now, if you're going to go somewhere 40 or 50 miles away, now I'm saying you got to be at least over. My experience is that you've got to be at least 40, 50 miles away. Probably more than that. Probably be better to be an hour's drive or so away. If you go and start leaving food for them at a remote location, they will get used to that, and they will follow you. They will follow you. And Mark Green just came up there, and I know Mark's got stories. I documented a case up in Tennessee where they were following a guy 27 miles as the crow flies, 30-something, well over 30, almost 30-something miles, almost 40 miles by road, that they followed him from his home to his hunting camp. And he was habituating them, and they figured out where his hunting camp was and where he lived. And it really got to the guy. But that's been done many times. And I have documented the numbers of houses that have been torn up by the PO'd boogers breaking in looking for something to eat. I think that's about all.
That's the first page.
That's about all I say about that. Do what? We're on page 6. We're on page 6.
There's 84 more pages, Roger.
Most of page 6 is a booger type. We've talked enough about that, I think. I don't think we need to talk about the dogman. Although I will say that I definitely was the first Bigfoot researcher. I was one of the first, if not the first one, to investigate and document a dogman sighting, and that was in spring of 1984. And after that, and seeing the evidence, the tracks and stuff, and I went back and I re-interviewed some folks that I had talked to in 1978, and realized that that report, I wrote it up as a Bigfoot report, but I didn't know that dogman existed then. And I went back and re-interviewed them, and we figured out that what they had actually seen was a dogman. Well, they knew it wasn't a Bigfoot, and their reaction was, well, dadgum, and the guy, I remember one of the guys, well, we tried to tell you and you wouldn't listen.
Hey,
but I didn't know that dogman existed back then.
Hey,
but anyway,
hold on. Before you get off the dogman subject, I have to put this out there. As much as I hate talking about this,
yeah,
I do think you should bring up what you and I were talking about a lot of people misdiagnosing the type 3s with the dogman. And you should probably, it's been a while since you talked about the difference between the digitigrade and the plantigrade tracks and the rear legs.
All right, I'll do that. All right. The type 1 Bigfoot, I'm just going to cut it short. Type 1 Bigfoot is the patty type. They're the largest, bulkiest ones that we, that are commonly known. And the Patterson-Gimlin film, the female, we call her Patty. That's the type 1. And those the females will get up to about 8.5 feet tall, something like that, maybe a little taller, and probably they weigh over 500 pounds, I would guess. The males commonly get to 10 foot tall, and they're documented there's some pretty well documented ones that were up around 12 feet tall, and I'd suppose their weight runs somewhere 1,000 to 1,500 pounds, something like that, maybe 900s on the smaller ones. But it wouldn't surprise me if some of those big ones would weigh 1,500, 1,600 pounds. A lot of people say, "Oh, you couldn't support nothing like that. Well, it's much more." Blah, 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 blah. How much does an elephant weigh? How much does a rhinoceros weigh?
A grizzly.
They have a whole lot less food in Africa than what we have here.
Well, Tim, think about
how do you have a whole pasture full of 2,000-pound cattle?
Exactly.
And all they live off of is just the grass. These people that say that something that big couldn't survive out here, that's absolutely ludicrous. Absolutely ludicrous. We used to have a damned old Duroc boar that we showed around, and that some bitch, excuse my language, I'm sorry, that big old fat hog, that son kind of weighed up around 1,600 pounds. And you tell me that thing couldn't hide? That dude, he was a pet. We used to keep him over in our yard. We used to ride him and stuff. And that son of a gun could hide out there, and we lived, our house was in the middle of a 40-acre field, had a perimeter fence around it, and had a cattle gap. And Bob could hide out in there, and if he didn't want you to find him, you couldn't find him. A freaking 1,600-pound boar hog. Now, you could go get a pan and a wooden spoon and beat on it, and he'd be right there because he thinks he's getting a treat. But anyway,
what some people don't realize. I just want to say this. What some people don't realize is they think, oh, well, the Bigfoot, he just eats deer or whatever. They'll say that. But a lot of the plants and stuff, we all know this. They have proteins and everything you need to survive. Yeah. So I don't. Yeah.
Sorry. They eat all kinds of stuff. I mean, we used to plant a garden for us and a garden for the boogers, and we always my dad was a fanatic. I wouldn't say fanatic, but my dad always made sure over on the back of the farm, in all of our fence rows, we had plum trees and persimmon trees and crabapple trees, and he also planted apples and peaches and pears back there too. And we always planted vegetables and stuff around the perimeters of our fields and stuff outside of where the cultivators ran.
The planting of a second garden is an old school thing that goes back years and years.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, my great grandma and grandmother did it. I mean, it was normal. And but anyhow, let's see. All right, type 3s and type 4s. All right, type 3.
Oh, you skipped
type 1 is the patty. All right, I know. Type 1 is the patty type. Type 2 is we call it the skunk ape or skunk ape or swamp ape type. Yeah. And they look like the Neanderthals that are in the book Them Plus Us. Except you got to lose the vertical slit pupils and put a little bit more humanoid human nose on it, and get rid of the spear that someone's got in their hand. What in the hell? And anyway,
one trying to come in with you.
That's what I was wondering.
I don't know, but I think it was Nifty dropped one of her toys over there. But all right, yeah, there's a type 2. They're a little bit smaller than the patty types. Hang on, let me see. What's going on here? They're a little bit smaller than the patty types, but they're a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more pugnacious. They're also much more common than the type 1s. Now, the interesting thing is I've documented numbers of incidents where you had troops of type 1s living in close proximity of type 2s. Or sometimes, I know it was a couple of them over in Mississippi, where you'll have a type 1 troop that all the troops, neighboring troops, are type 2s. And when I first discovered this, I figured that that they would inbreed, and after a while, the type 1s would be gone. Well, somehow they've maintained, their separate bloodlines. And I've watched these things over 3 decades, and they apparently sort of stick to themselves, and they don't interbreed like I thought that they would. But anyway, but now the thing is, the type 1s and the type 2s have plantigrade feet like we do. What that means is they're standing up and just standing still. Their heel is on the ground, just like ours is. When they walk, their heel hits the ground, just like ours. Now their feet are a whole lot bigger, but you look at their tracks and there's heel marks in their tracks, just like we leave walking barefooted. Now, the type 3s are, and I think the type 3s may be what some people call a gugway or something, but I've always referred to them as the beast of 7 shoots type, like that one that Spencer's got up there. And you can look up the beast of 7 shoots, and shoots is Chutes. It's a provincial park up in Quebec, Canada. And that one was spotted in broad daylight, and it's got a dead dog under its arm that is taken home for lunch. But they are, or some people call them the snouted ones or the baboon-headed ones. Now, and a lot of them in areas where there are groups of them, they're not very common. But I've documented them in Oklahoma, Texas, Missouri, Iowa, and some other places. I can't recall it all right off the top of my head right now, but they're not nearly as widespread as the type 1s and type 2s. They also have plantigrade feet, but a lot of them have showed three-toed tracks. And
really?
I've got some, a lot of them have three-toed tracks. I've got, I can't pull it up quickly, but I've got pictures of some 22-inch three-toed tracks that one of our buddies out in Oklahoma sent me some years ago. And but you could also find other boogers, just type 1s and type 2s with three-toed tracks. Dadgummit, locked up again. Anyway, but now one thing about the type 3s is the 1s and the 2s don't like them. When the type 3s seem to be sort of semi-nomadic and move around. And when the type 3s show up, the 1s or 2s in the area leave. And they get away from them. The type 3s are much more prone to break into houses and stuff. There's been, in fact, I know a lady who had to abandon her house in the middle of the night because they broke into her basement and then busted up through the floor onto the main floor of her house, and she abandoned that house. She abandoned that house in the middle of the night and never did go back. I offered to go in there and try to, get some of her stuff out of there, but she said she didn't want anything to do with any of it. But like I said, the Beast of Seven Shoots is a type 3. Now, type 3s also have plantigrade feet like type 1s and type 2s and us. Now, what I call a type 4, which is a dogman, they're that dogman are 1s, 2s, and 3s are primates. The dogman, I firmly believe, is a canid of some kind. It could be the remains of a remnant population of the Cynocephali, which, if you look up St. Christopher and dig back into St. Christopher, into the ancient icon St. Christopher from back in the in the Middle Ages and stuff, you'll see that St. Christopher was a dog-headed man or a Cynocephali.
Yep.
They are quite well documented. The Muslims did their best to wipe them out. There were many of them that lived in northwestern Africa. The town of Timbuktu was sort of it wasn't really a capital city, but it was sort of in the middle of their trade areas. It was an important city in their area. There was a bunch of them over in India, in northern India. Like I said, you get to digging and they're well documented. Now there's a bunch of BS out there about them now that people have just made up and posted. But back 15, 20 years ago, the stuff that was there was a lot more straightforward that you could find. And like I said, they're pretty well documented. Now there's debate on whether the Cynocephali had plantigrade or digitigrade feet. Now, a dog man has digitigrade feet, which means it has feet like a dog. They walk on the balls of their feet, and the hock, which is looks like the backward knee on a dog, or in fact most animals, horses, cattle, or there's a bunch of other. The hock is their actual heel. Their heel does not touch the ground when they walk. But there's some debate on whether the Cynocephali had plantigrade or digitigrade feet. Most of the old drawings and paintings of them show them with plantigrade feet. Anubis probably was a Cynocephali or a dog-headed man. But now, whether Anubis was a type 3 or a type 2, I don't know. Or St. Christopher was a type 3, not type 2, a type 3 or a type 4, I don't know. Don't know. But that's a whole other field of research there.
Hold on. Hold on.
Why?
I can't watch the screen because you look like you're getting ready to fly off like a superhero.
No, I was getting ready to karate chop you right in the throat.
Judy chop.
Please, I'm sorry. Go out and come back in. We got this for 30 seconds.
Don't be ninjing the possum if he don't need ninjing.
No, hey, look. He's about to slang some Judies.
I've already pissed off Coonbo, and we've gone all over the place on this show. We had the highest viewer rating that we've ever had right now live.
We was 220, 228 or 229, I think, a while ago.
No, it hit 231.
Reading Peyton's comment.
All right, carry on, Coonbo.
All right. So like I said, the dog, what I call a type 4, or what we commonly refer to as a dog man, is a canid, and it has digitigrade feet, which means it walks on the balls of its feet and its toes. And it's now, I used to think that they were enemies, but part of that was at the back years ago, we didn't know about the type 3s. I had not didn't know that there was a difference between the type 3s or the baboon headed ones or the beast of 7 shoots ones. What?
Nothing. Nothing. It was whenever you were freezing like this, you were getting ready to take my head off.
Oh, anyway, and I've lost my train of thought. My train of thought has derailed and run off in the ditch.
Yeah, welcome to our show.
Yeah. So anyway, I don't know if there's anything else I need to say about type 4s right now or the type 3s, but anyway, there was there was a while there where I didn't know that there was a difference. None of us knew that there was a difference between the type 3s and the type 4s, or we weren't sure about it. But then I finally classified the dogman as a separate class. Now, anyway, I've got a bunch more information about it, but we can do. Let me see. Where are we at right now? Okay. There is there's people talk about gugways and all kind of stuff. We got the little people, which I put in type 5, and I know very little about the little people, and I don't really want to. I'm busy enough with the other 4 that I don't want to be around. I don't. My great grandmother and my grandmother used to talk about the little people, and
really,
and to tell you the truth, yeah. When they moved from North Carolina when my great grandmother was around 2-3 years old, they moved from Western North Carolina to East Texas for a while, and then ended up coming back and settling in Arkansas. And supposedly the little people followed them. Their little people followed them. And like I said, that was a story that I heard when I was a kid, and I wasn't too.
Before you move off,
anyway,
the little
but supposedly, according to my great grandmother, there were good little people and there were bad little people, and they said when they were moving that, and I got to realize now this is by covered wagon, even in the late 1800s, and they didn't throw all our stuff on a train, and there was no Mayflower moving or United moving. Everybody still traveled around in wagons back then, and but they said that when they were moving that the good little people followed along behind them, but then occasionally the bad ones would show up and the good ones would run them off. Now, that's all I know. That's all I want to know about them.
Okay.
Because, yeah, I don't do little people. Although Sandy has seen one before. My wife had seen one, and I'm glad she saw it and it wasn't around me. And all right, then there's a type 6, it's the none of the above group, and that's skinwalker, shapeshifters, Jersey Devils, Mothman, Thunderbirds, Loch Ness types, Champ, Chupacabra, Deer Woman, Wendigos, ex-wives, and ex-mother-in-laws, and other horrendous in that category. And then there's also mountain giants. There's Janosquas and all this kind of stuff, and I don't know about anything. I'm beginning to think that what some people call gugways are actually the type 3s. That's another name for the type 3s, or the beasts of 7 shoots type,
right?
Or gugways. But now I got a thing here titled paragraph 7 or section 7. Got boogers. Like remember the old ad, milk? Got boogers. Okay, you're way out in the boonies somewhere, or sitting in your backyard, or out on Grandpa's farm, or sitting on your deer stand, or camping in a state park, and you're wondering, are there any boogers around here? Or you're walking along a trail through the woods, or riding along the edge of a pasture or field, or mowing your yard, or driving along a country road, and you spot a strange limb formation or broken branch or some other oddity, and you wonder, did a Bigfoot do that? Just about everyone that has any inclination to be a Bigfoot researcher / investigator has wondered these things at one time or another. Folks that had a terrifying encounter with Old Stanky, but have absolutely no desire to ever see one again, will wonder or worry about the presence of Bigfoot. So what are some good signs that you've got boogers? One of them is, what was that? Section 8, what was that? Often the first clue someone has that there's something out there is a strange noise or vocalization that they hear. It can be something as frightening as an all-out roar, or something as simple and seemingly innocent as a whistle or odd bird call that you hear coming from somewhere where you don't see any person or bird. Or it could be a simple wood knock, or the sound of a tree falling, or a large limb breaking, and there's no wind or storm blowing. You may walk out your door or drive up to a location, get out of your car, and you hear a whistle, or a little quiet whistle, or a short whoop, or an odd bird call, or rarely a single knock. But then somewhere in the distance, you hear a single wood knock, or an answering whistle, or a whoop, or call. But the answer in the distance will almost always be different from whatever the first signal was. The simple call or knock followed by an answer in the distance is a sign of a sentinel that is posted to watch a location and report if it sees something or someone. The answer comes from a booger that is in or near the core area of the troop at that time. And the core area of the troop can move around as they move through their territory, following the food source of the seasonal food source that they're eating then. And this is another thing. I am pretty sure that it's the alpha female that calls the shots on where they go and where they move to every night. Where they go to feed. Yeah, I believe that they're more like a guerrilla troop. That the female calls the shots on where they're going, and the male is primarily head of security and enforcement. Hi, Abby. And let's see. In the core area of wherever the troop is at the time will be the very youngest of the troop, and the females or juvenile males that are caring for them. The alpha female won't be too far away, and the alpha male will often be in the area, especially in the spring during the breeding season. The sentinels could be up a tree or lying or sitting in a blind just inside the tree line that they've built out of limbs and evergreen boughs found in the immediate area. The sentinels are usually juvies or adolescent boogers, or if the troop is large enough, they could be some of the lower level adult boogers, sort of like the one that we used to see out here on the farm that we called Odor. He was about 9.5 feet tall, but he wasn't big and heavy built like a normal alpha male would be. But we would see him often with anywhere from 3 to 5 juvies. But these are the same boogers that will entertain themselves by these lower level adults and juvies and stuff and adolescents. Well, the ones that entertain themselves by counting coo on us. If you frequent an area and they get to know you and they don't perceive you as a threat, but counting coo is they'll come up and try to get close to you and throw a little tiny pebble or twig or something at you or near you, or bounce a rock right in front of you, or there's some of us that they've actually touched before. I had an experience of that one time, but I firmly believe we are their best entertainment. And
the counting coo thing is an interesting point. If you talk about it from a traditional Native American point of view of getting close enough to touch somebody and not injure them, but to let them know, hey, we got so close,
Yeah.
we could have taken you out, and they had coup sticks,
Yeah.
or they would mark notches on
Right.
poles or paint their horses. And the thing that is interesting about the boogers is there is a lot of stuff that suggests that boogers actually get close to you and let you know, leave a sign to let you know that they were there, but then they get away.
Right.
And it makes you wonder, hey, again, these things are so intelligent. They're not just out there snatching people. They're getting close to you and letting you know that they were there and then withdrawing.
Right. Yeah. Mike Stuckey got a video, a thermal image video. Mike bought. He owned the best. Actually, owned the best thermal that I had ever had my hands on at the time. He owned one that was. Now this was back in the 90s now, and the generation that they use now is a step above what Mike had. Mike had the best that a civilian could lay their hands on in the late 90s, and Mike videoed it down in Mississippi. We're on an outing we were on. He videoed through that not a thermal. It was an actual night vision scope, a starlight, a real high quality starlight scope.
Yeah.
And Mike videoed it looked like an alpha male with a juvie that came down through the woods and approached our position. And you could actually see they got in behind what we call a spice bush. I used to know exactly what kind of what it is. I can't remember if it's rosemary or whatever, but they grow wild around this part of the country. And they were in behind this spice bush, and you had a hard time seeing them, but in the video, the two of them came out on the west side of the spice bush, and it was like the adult was he wasn't shoving him or anything, but he was like touching him, like, okay, it's okay, you just ease on down there, they're not going to hurt you, go down there and see how close you could get. And it walked around the north edge of a field that was to the north of us. It was a game plot was what it was in a management area, where a lot of times they would have it planted with sunflowers and stuff like that. But at this time, it had nothing in it. It was I believe it was early spring. But it was like the adult was there watching after it and sort of maybe training the juvie or something. But we watched it as it moved across the north edge of the field, and it got to another spice bush, and it sort of hid behind it for a while. And we were trying to. We thought I didn't hear it, but Mike thought he heard it, maybe doing some samurai talk or something. Back then we used to call it the Tasmanian devil talk. It sounded like Taz on Warner Brothers, But he was hearing it real quietly, and he had a parabolic microphone. And so he was handed the starlight scope to me, and I was looking at the one that was over behind the other spice bush, the juvie, and Mike was trying to get this parabolic mic out the window of the truck and hold it up over the roof. Hey, Abby. And he bumped it against something and it made a noise. Well, when it did, that scared the little one, and the little one took off back over there where the adult was, and they turned and they walked up the hill and left. And man, I'd love to have my hands on that video. That would be absolutely awesome. But anyway,
I want to see the video from the casino.
Say what?
I want to see the video from the casino that Dan got to see.
Well, yeah, me too. But now they claim that they don't have it. We've been back up there a couple of times, and they say that they play dumb. But the trouble is that Dan's friends don't work in there anymore.
Oh, well.
At the time, Dan had friends that worked in there, but they're not there anymore. But anyway, back to what now. I had some audio that I was going to try to play, but I can't get it amplified enough that you can hear it.
Don't play the audio. Don't play the audio that you played whenever they came up and tried to get inside the trailer.
No.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, back to what I was going to say. I think one of the things that people need to do is they need to get online, and one of the best places is a Cornell University ornithology website.
Yeah.
And listen to the sounds of owls and a lot of the birds that you're liable to hear at night, herons calling and stuff like that, and learn what true night birds sound like.
100%.
Now, something that you need. Yeah. What you really need to, and the one you really need to spend the most time on is owl calls, and especially barred owl calls, BARRED, because they've got them, and screech owls have the most variety. Most owl calls at the end, the thing at the end of the call is what's called a trill. It'll go, woo, 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 woo. It'll roll off on the end. It'll sort of waver.
Ooh,
if you'll listen, that
was a good call.
Yeah. If you listen to barred owl calls and screech owl calls, most of them will have a trill on the end. If you hear calls that do not have trills on the end, like just a whoop, 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 like that, very often that's a booger. The boogers, for some reason, do not put trills on the end of their calls. And now, great horned owls, they're different. Now, you need to learn the difference between a great horned owl call and a barred owl call. Great horned owls very often do not put trills. In fact, maybe most often do not put trills on their calls. And the great horned owl is the one that goes, whoo, 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 like that. They do some other calls, but that's the difference. How you tell the difference between them and a barred owl. And barn owls have a different type of call as well, but I have not heard boogers imitating barn owls before. Now, one of the things that they do around here is they do imitate what's called a saw-whet owl around here, but it's interesting because we don't have any saw-whet owls around here. And what they do is they just do a little short monotone whistle, sort of like this. Like that. If you're anywhere in the Southeast United States and you hear that, that's a good indication that you probably got boogers, easing around checking you out.
Okay.
And but you need to become familiar with the range of the saw-whet owl and listen to what their call sounds like. And you need to listen to the call of loons. Loons are very distinctive, but some people will hear them that don't know, and they'll say, "Well, what's that? What's that?" But you need to get especially familiar with the calls of the night herons, the green herons and the great blue herons, and egrets and sandhill cranes and stuff like that. If you're going to spend some time in the field, you need to spend the time first to get familiar with what you're liable to hear out there. And also, now that we have wild populations of elk expanding, you need to get familiar with the different calls that elk can make. And those things, hearing an elk call in the dark will absolutely, first time you ever hear it, and you're reasonably close to one, it's just about a Brown Shorts moment. I'm telling you. I mean, if you don't know what it is, it'll scare the absolute bejeebers out of you. Another thing, you need to listen to all the different varieties of barred owl calls. They have one that
the caterwauler.
They have a caterwaul or a cackle call, and what'll happen is one will start it and it'll get answered by one or two others, and one of them, the first one will go something like like that, and then you'll hear another one. It'll go woo hoo woo hoo woo hoo like that, and something similar to that. But there's a lot of people, and there's a guy that used to be very well known in the Bigfoot community, and he swore up and down that was a booger call. And I told him and 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 told him some more. And then I told him some more that was not a booger call, that was a barred owl call. And barred owls can make some crazy racket out there, as well as screech owls can.
It does.
But
if you hear them do it in real life and you're not aware of what it is, it does sound a lot like monkeys. And
yes,
a lot of people immediately go, oh, that's got to be a booger because it sounds like a monkey and there are no monkeys in the woods.
Yes, yes, that's correct. That is correct.
Hey, Coonbo.
Yeah.
What do you think about the 500-pound owl, as we call it? Whenever you hear one,
well, we call it we used to call it the bionic bird. Yeah. Okay. If you hear a 500-pound screech owl or an 800-pound barred owl,
yes,
that's a booger. Yeah, I'm talking about, and the volume of it up close can be so loud that it hurts your ears.
Yeah.
And I know, Greg, you've been blown away by them. By the way, Greg.
Yeah.
Greg, have you got two of those hats?
I've got a couple of them. You need one?
Good. You need to poop in one and cover it up with the other one.
Oh my God! Don't be hating on the hat, man. Yeah. Hey, I've got one of Coonbo's hats over here. He left down here last time he was here. Don't let me forget to get that for you.
All right.
You got I think it's a Smoky Mountain Bigfoot Festival hat, maybe.
Oh yeah, or Smoky Mountain Sasquatch or something. Yeah.
Surely he didn't leave his Auburn hat down there.
No doubt.
No, it's laid right over here. And I can go get it and put it on if you want me to.
You can't even build a fire with one of them things.
Anyway, the thing to remember about one of the things that boogers are fantastic imitators of different sounds. They can imitate us good enough that it'll actually fool it'll fool our dogs for a bit. They used to, when Granddaddy or my dad would call the hogs in, the boogers would try to call them to them, and now the hogs are smart enough. They would stop and they'd look over towards up here, towards the house, and then they'd look over, look back towards the woods, and they knew, and then they'd come on to the house, But the cattle are not that smart. And there's been quite a few times that my dad would go out there and call the cattle, or my grandfather, and the boogers would mock them, would imitate them, and the cattle would go towards the woods. And then, of course, then you got to jump the truck and go hauling butt back there, blowing the horn on the truck and everything to get them to come to the house, But and they'll imitate us. I've had them imitate me calling my dogs. And it actually would fool the dogs for a bit. But I'm gonna get out and then come back again.
Okay.
No, and if you're out, if you're out doing this, keep your ear. I mean, really listen, because we've had a few times where we actually had barred owls. We've had the owls actually answering back, and they'll fly from tree to tree, and they'll come in, get a little closer. Then you'll have that one that's on the ground that's definitely not an owl. So we've had that happen a couple times, and
Roger,
when you hear it, it's different. Big
Try being in a ladder stand and a owl swoop down and rip your dead gum toboggan off your head. That's
Okay.
a
Being in a ladder stand with turkeys, either coming out of roost or going up in top of it whenever you're not aware of what's going on. That's scary in real life.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I heard about
Hey.
20 of them
Yeah.
coasting coming to me, and
So-
I didn't see them. Scary sound.
We've got to get to.
All right.
Hold on. You hold on. You and your list, you hold on. Because you don't have anything in there about actually doing calls to attract boogers. And
Yeah.
so the meat and potatoes, as we are 3 hours into the show, let's talk about this is where it gets serious. Y'all pay attention. We can go over the rest of the list later. The list is a bunch of information, or what he's reading off of is a bunch of information based off of years and years of research from him.
Decades.
Okay,
Yeah.
decades
Yeah.
and decades of research from him and Bubba. He could probably go back now and adjust all of it and make another 20 pages. But let's get to something that is really interesting for people. Oh, Kurt Moser's in here.
He don't know nothing about nothing.
I keep trying
Hey,
to get
Kurt.
I keep trying to get Kurt on the show. Anyway,
I keep telling him he needs to come on the show.
Yep.
Yeah, because Kurt, I want to hear about you and all of Anadarko and Purgatory and all that kind of stuff. But anyway,
Yeah.
so on the calling, here's the thing. Everybody that is watching YouTube videos about Bigfoot, if you've ever seen any of the dumbass TV shows that are out there about finding Bigfoot, and they go out and do a yell in the middle of the night, and then they get something back and they're like, do you hear that? That's Squatch. Before we get going in this, let me say there are certain calls that some people know that you can do. And if a booger is there, and if you haven't worn them out, if they're not like bored of you, they will reply. If you do it really right, they'll come into you. And that part right there is scary, and we don't need to talk about all that. But going with calls and going with a shofar. So here's where we get serious. I really, really wanted Coonbo to talk about the dangers of doing stuff where you don't know what.
Before we go into the shofar, I would like to ask Coonbo to vaguely talk about the shofars, a certain type of shofar, but let's don't elaborate on the actual
details.
The details, the actual specifics of the certain shofar. Can we do that?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. As a matter of fact, I'm encouraging people to not mess around with the shofar out there, because one of the things that we found out using it, and Greg, you've been witness to it multiple times.
Yes, sir.
I don't know if you've been witness to it, Spencer, but
No.
Kurt has. Kurt's been witness to it. Probably all total, there's 80, 90 people at least that have been witness to me doing the shofar. And I'd guess somewhere around in there. And if you blow the correct kind of shofar and you can somehow hit the correct note, the correct notes, they will come, and the boogers will come. And we've had them come from 2 miles away, and Kurt can verify that. Out there in Oklahoma, I called them up. I brought them in from 2 miles away. And we've had as many as, in several times, we've had as many as 4 different troops show up. Oh. And what's weird is normally you get troops in that kind of proximity of each other, and they've just come across somebody else's territory to get there. Normally there'd be a big fight, but they totally ignore each other, and they're totally focused on us. And it became very obvious that they were looking for something. And, we got the whole idea of the shofar from the scriptures, and, studying it, and finally figured out what it was and how it worked and everything. And, but we found out that in the end times that the shofar will be used by an angel to summons the Nephilim, and we don't know what else that it also summons. I thought when I initially started this, when me and another guy started this like 15 years ago, well over 10 years ago, we thought that if we could find if we could find the right kind of shofar, well, first we had to figure out what the voice of God was, and this other guy had done a lot of research on it before he ever got me involved in it. And he doesn't want me to use his name, but he's the one that did all the initial research. And then we carried it on, and it like I said, we've got well over 10 years invested in this, and progress was slow. I mean, it took forever to find the right people, the biblical scholars to talk to. We had to go back and look at ancient Greek, we had ancient Aramaic, and just all kind of the old ancient languages and stuff, and study, get into it and and then talk to these biblical scholars that say, well, this phrase here, it doesn't mean this, not literally, it actually means this. And my God, and then I'd have to go off and talk to these other they call them mystics. These guys are sort of like monks, solitary monks, I guess you'd call them. And finally, just through trial and error and just digging and scratching and researching and talking to all these fellas, we finally figured out what to do. But then it took me a couple of 3 years to learn how to do what needed to be done. You don't just pick up one of these things and start blowing it and it works. No, that's not it at all. The shofar has to have a very, very specific configuration and has very, very specific qualities to it. And then it has blown in a very, very specific way. And there's only the things, you can play those things like a trumpet. I mean, you can make all kind of stuff with it, but there's only 2 notes that they will respond to. And and there's only one way that you can blow those 2 notes. And very difficult. I mean, I practice and practice and practice. I actually practiced till my lips were bleeding, till I was getting blood blisters on my lips, trying to figure out how to blow that stupid thing. And when I finally figured it out, and we went out and tried it the first time, we had 3 troops come into us. And the crazy thing was that as they were coming in, we had a big pack of coyotes come out of the woods and out into the road. We were on a gravel road way down in a holler, up in Iowa. It's the first place we tried it. and a whole pack of coyotes came out into this road, and we're all hunkered down. And as the boogers got in closer, the coyotes kept coming in closer and closer to us, and they had their heads down, their ears laid down, their tails tucked between their legs. They were terrified of the boogers, and they actually came up and laid down right in front of us and stayed there for the next 45 minutes. And as a matter of fact, while they were laying there, they were slowly on the ground. They were slowly ooching their way closer and closer to us. But we had 3 troops of boogers come in, and they totally ignored each other and were focused on us. And we didn't know what to do. We didn't know what they wanted. We didn't know what they were looking for. Finally, after about 40 minutes or so, the first one started leaving. And then over the next 10 minutes or so, the coyotes absolutely were looking for protection. They were looking for us to protect them from the boogers. And that is exactly what they were doing. Once the first one left, over about the next 15 minutes or so, all the rest of them left. And after all of them were well and truly gone, the coyotes got up and they looked at us and they looked down the road, looked all around, they eased down the road, and then back up into the woods they went, disappeared. That was absolutely one of the most amazing things I've ever experienced in the with wild animals like that. Those coyotes absolutely positively knew that we were their protection. And now, since then, I haven't had that happen anywhere else. And we've used it where there were coyotes, but that's the first time. That's the only time that's ever happened. But that very first time it happened, we went to another place that night and blew it and had similar results with the boogers coming in, but we did not have coyotes at that other location. But I've used the shofar in Iowa, Missouri, Alabama, Mississippi, Tennessee, Louisiana, Oklahoma, Texas, Kentucky. Yeah, I forgot Kentucky. Did I say Tennessee? Have you done it in Tennessee? Like I said, quite a number of states, and the boogers have behaved the same every place I've ever used it. They've always come in, whatever troops were within earshot, they came in, and once they come in till they get close enough till they can see us. Once they see us, they just stop. And they just stop and they stand there. And they're obvious that they're waiting on something. And once they get bored, they leave. Once they realize that I ain't got nothing for them, they leave. Now, we kept digging in the scriptures and stumbled across just right under our noses, a scripture, and I don't remember where it's at now. I can't remember it. I've got it written down somewhere. It basically tells that in the end times, at some point there, when the when all the tribulation and everything like that is starting, that an angel will blow the voice of the angels will use. I don't remember exactly what it was, but the angels will use the voice of God, which the voice of God is that specific shofar, to summons the wild animals and the beasts of the beasts and stuff like that, and the beasts will be loosed upon the earth, and a quarter of the population of the earth will be wiped out, or a quarter of mankind will be wiped out. Now, I realized then that I was playing with fire and I didn't need to be doing this anymore. Now, the quarter of population that is supposed to be wiped out, I don't know if it's the Nephilim will certainly be the Nephilim will certainly be involved in it, but we don't know if the Nephilim are the only thing that the shofar will call. We know that a quarter of the population of the earth will be wiped out, but what we don't know is, I would assume that since the angels since it's supposed to be an angel that blows the shofar to summons these animals, to me, it would seem like that these are not, that these creatures are not being summoned to wipe out good folks, that they're to wipe out evil folks. I don't know. I mean, I'm speculating. So there was too many questions, too many unknown questions, and I realized it was just a matter of time before I called in some boogers that were going to be angry.
You were playing with fire.
I didn't want to be exactly. I was playing with fire, and I think Greg and I got into that one night. Me and Greg and Alan and Jimmy.
Yes, sir. That one wasn't happy.
Yeah. And I believe if we'd have been there when that one got there, it would have been bad.
Yes, sir.
All of us, that's that sixth sense. All four of us knew at the same time that it was time to open up that extra large fast section can of gone and get out of there.
Mm-hmm.
And we did. And we left behind another guy that had come in there. When we left, he was just a good old boy out riding around and raising cane. And he had come into there where we were. And after we left, we got to laughing about, I wonder what he's going to do when that thing gets there, because the booger was coming from quite a distance away, loud and fast.
Yeah.
And we got down the road and stopped. We had to crawl over. There'd been a tornado a couple of days before, and we had to crawl up and over. What about 5 tree trunks, Greg?
There was 3 of them. There was 3, and that was about big as a 5-gallon bucket. Those logs across the road.
Yeah, there was 3 pretty good sized ones and a couple of smaller ones. Yeah. And we had to put our trucks in low lock 4-wheel drive and crawl up and over them to get there. Now, the guy that had come in there after us, it took him about 20 minutes to get through them. Greg and I were smart enough. We approached him at an angle so that we weren't trying to get 2 wheels up over one trunk at the same time. So our trucks just sort of slowly crawled up and over. This other guy was just trying to hit them head on. And it took him about 15, 20 minutes to get in there. And it didn't tear his truck up because, man, he was giving it. I mean, he was really getting after it to get in there. So when he finally gets in there, we were getting ready to leave, and he came whooping up in there and spun around in this parking area. And so we decided we were already in the process of leaving, so we left. And we got back down there where these trees are across the road, and we were going to be the good guys. We had chains and stuff like that with us. We were going to pull the trees out of the road. Well, we got out there. I wonder what this guy's going to do when that booger gets there. And about that time, here he came, wide open. I mean, that son was getting it down that road. He got to where all those trees were, where it had taken him about 15, 20 minutes to get across them the first time. What did he hit him, dude? Doing what, Greg? 30 mile an hour, something like that, or
my
better?
God.
At least 30. At least 30 when he hit him.
He hit him. He hit the first one, went airborne, and completely cleared all the rest of them. And that old Dodge was all jacked up. That thing hit, and they go, oh, boom, boom, boom. And he was sliding. He got off in the ditch on the opposite side of the road. He never let up on it. He kept his foot in it. I mean, he had that thing caught it now, I'm telling you. And he goes tearing off down the road. And so we decided we were going to see if we could catch up with him and see if he saw the booger. We couldn't catch him. We couldn't even come close. He was gone. Gone. But and so we've laughed at that because I'm sure that dude, where he was, where he had stopped, where the booger was going to come out was right there to his slightly right front. And that thing probably busted out right in front of him, right in his headlights.
Mhm.
and
Yeah.
I'd love to have a video of that.
I'm just
I'd love
glad
to
we
have
were
video.
gone when
Do what?
I was really glad we wasn't standing there with him when that thing probably came out on him.
Hey,
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
but one of the points would be,
One of the points would be is you don't know. Obviously, that right there proved that all of them that come in are not benevolent.
right.
You're going to have come up. You're going to have some come in that are looking to yank somebody's head off,
and
or have some kind of a confrontation.
And to that point, what would you say to people that are going out and buying a shofar off of eBay and just going out in the woods and blowing the random, like it might not be the right shofar, might not be the right note, but kind of like you remember the story about playing Led Zeppelin in the middle of the woods? And they came in.
We did. Yeah, we used to do that. Yeah.
What I'm saying
they come in mad. Yeah.
You don't need people in the middle of the woods trying to call in boogers that don't know how to respond to it, and they don't know what they're saying to it, and these things come in pissed off.
Well, I'm going to say one thing, that when I was trying to learn how to blow this thing, we had a bad incident at my house. We had a real bad incident in my house. We had one up. We had one up on our back deck. Came up on our back deck, we had a door that opened out of our bedroom out onto the deck, and that son of a gun came up on the deck, walked the length of the deck, which was 67 feet. I think that's right, 63 feet, a little over 60 feet. Came up on the deck and was standing there, bent down up under the eave of the house, looking in our bedroom door, looking in our bedroom.
No.
At about 1:30 in the morning. And our female shepherd we had then, named Zara, she used to sleep on the foot of the bed. She saw it and started barking, and the other two shepherds, instantly attacked the door. And they, it's a wonder that those dogs didn't take the whole atrium door out of the side of the house the way they hit it. We had that super heavy duty glass in those doors. Supposedly you can hit them with a hammer and it won't break. But anyway, those dogs hit those doors with everything they had, and the booger took off running and ran down the length of the deck and jumped off the end. But that caused a lot of issue with the then wife. And it stepped right in her hosta bed and squashed some of her hosta plants, and they didn't.
That's a small price to pay.
Yeah. But now that was one track I wanted to cast, and when I mentioned I wanted to cast it, she got mad and went out there and tore it all up. She tore up the track. But anyway, at any rate, I'm, as much as I would like to learn more about it and everything, I decided that somebody just posted, we were getting in God's business, messing with that shofar. And so we made a decision to just stop it. And so the shofar doesn't go, I don't mess with the shofar anymore. And we're getting into something that we shouldn't be messing with. And I think it's just, if people go out there just indiscriminately blowing the thing, all I got to say is I can't be responsible for it, but I strongly recommend against doing it. I know there's a lot of people that bought shofars, and but I think it's a bad idea to use them as a Bigfoot research tool. And that's about all I got to say about it right now.
I think that was a good part about the shofar.
Right. I strongly recommend not taking the shofar out in the woods and trying to blow the thing. Strongly recommend it.
Next time people ask me about doing this and they're getting into it or whatever, I'm gonna tell them to come watch this episode.
Tim, let me get your I've tried to tell these people, and maybe some listen to me, maybe some don't. But your opinion over all the years you've done this. Let me throw down a couple of scenarios, and you can let these people know your thoughts on the good idea, or you thumbs up or thumbs down. I've tried to tell people, going out boogering, like when we go, me and you and Jimmy and some of us, when we go out and do calling, we're at a vehicle. We're stopped on the side of a road. It may be a asphalt road. It may be a gravel road. It may be the back of somebody's field, but we're with a vehicle. We are with the vehicle where you can get in it and leave.
Yes.
That's when we're doing calling. But we all the time hear these people talking about, well, I want to go and we can go to this national forest, and man, we're going to hike, an hour and a half over in these woods, and we're going to camp, and then we'll do some calling and this and that. And I keep trying to caution people, look, if you want to go, if you're thinking there's boogers there, if you're going to hike way away from a way out of there, an exit,
you should not be doing calls.
Just go in there and camp. Pretend that you don't even know nothing about them. Go in there and camp. And if they're there, odds are you're going to have an encounter. But please do not instigate these things. If you're way over there in the middle of nowhere and you don't have a readily accessible way to get the hell out of there.
Well,
right.
Oh,
yeah. Don't. Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead.
Let's break it down even simpler than that. If you've never been around a booger, when they come in, you don't know how you're going to react, or the people around you are going to react. And I would put it in two categories. If you go out camping in the middle of the woods, do not instigate them. If you're going to try to instigate them, you need to be ready to go. These things, as serious as I think I can say it, or anybody on here can say it, you do not call them if you're not ready to get your tail out of there. You don't know what you're saying. You don't know how they will respond. You do not do that. You're going to get yourself in a bad situation. If you're just out in the middle of the woods camping and boogers come in on you, most likely nothing is going to happen. You might get scared. They might run you off, but you're not aggravating them. If you go way out and you aggravate them, that could end up really bad. Please don't do that.
And there's another thing too. People say, you mentioned earlier, oh, I carry this gun and this one I carry. And there's 5 of you. Never been into mess with each other before. Shit gets bad like that. Then it's dark. You don't know what's going on, and 3 of you could shoot each other, and you're not even. When it gets bad, you can't panic. And just because you have that gun, first off, you've got to hit your target. You got to know what you're doing. And as fast as these things are that y'all said, I would probably, like Greg was saying, I would probably count on me getting into the truck quicker than me pulling and trying to get on target. So
yes,
that I don't care what the gun is for me. When I carry one, is for all the little critters that like to bite folks, the regular stuff. And if something gets me down, just like he told that first story where it threw him over the shoulder, if something gets that bad, then it's a have to situation, right? So
Alamo, absolute Alamo situation.
You don't want to create an Alamo situation, though.
Exactly.
You don't want to create that if you don't have to.
Well, I'll tell you what. When I was when I was just short of my 3rd birthday, we had the incident that people have heard me talk about where the booger came up here and killed 6 of the 7 dogs. I'm convinced that what precipitated that was that somebody, one of the guys that ran our sawmill, they were cutting wood back there on the back of the farm then in the area that my mom used to call the inner sanctum, and which we now know is sort of the core area of the troop that lives here on the farm. And I think they did something. Maybe they could have been mad because they were in there cutting wood, or they might have shot at one of them, or I mean, we don't know what they might have done, but they made that alpha booger mad, and he came up here and, like I said, started killing those dogs. When he started messing with the gate, trying to figure out how to get through the gate and making all that racket, their dogs attacked him. He killed, like I said, he tore 6 of the 7 plumb to pieces. And but what impressed me as I got older, I wondered why my grandfather ran out with his 30-30, and rather than trying to shoot it, he was shooting through the trees, through the treetops and stuff. He somehow, my grandfather knew, and he didn't live long enough for me to talk to him to impart much of his knowledge about him to me, but he knew not to shoot the booger. He knew to just use his his rifle to scare it off. And that's, there's no telling if he hadn't have known that. I just wonder what would have happened. I mean, that thing could have gone on our rampage, or Lord only knows what could have happened.
And that's another thing with wildlife. Just because you don't mean you necessarily want to kill something. A lot of times that sound will hurt their ears and they'll run. So you
right.
Sometimes I've given like so-called warning shots in the direction, maybe with a revolver, and the sound hits them. But with these things, what I've heard, and what I've heard you talk about, I don't know if I could pull the trigger on something with people talking about how human they look. I've never seen one up close like that, but it has to be a haunting situation, like situations you've been in, and when you're getting bluff charged or whatever, and I know you had a shotgun one time, and the fear of maybe having to pull that trigger and what's going to happen after that. There's a lot of scenarios that can happen.
Yeah.
It's just a bad spot.
Well, I know. In. Yeah. That episode that happened down there at what we called AP Road, where we got charged by 3 of them.
Yes.
That Sammy and I were standing there with our backs up against the brush guard of my truck, and with our shotguns up. I firmly believe that with what I know now, that if we'd have shot one of them, we wouldn't be here today. No, I wouldn't be here today. I think they would have torn us to shreds.
It's kind of like a standoff.
And I know. Yeah, and those were Type 2s. They looked just like those pictures that Greg was showing up there, except the nose was different. But and they had round pupils rather than slit pupils. But man, I saw a female up in Iowa that, golly bum, you could have. She looked like an old, like an elder Native American lady, and I mean, you could have washed her up and put her in a dress or something like that, and she could have easily passed as an elderly lady. And the thought of shooting something like that just, just totally reprehensible. And what was funny was every time we went up there until the Type 3, that's the first place that I ever experienced where the Type 3s came in and the regular boogers moved out. Every time we went up there, she would come out. And there was a lady there whose whose granddaughter could talk to him, could talk to him. Yeah.
Let me ask you this.
That's there you go. That's what was facing us down there in Mississippi at AP Road. And it was mad like that too.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is interesting to me. You said you've seen family groups or pods or whatever you want to call them.
Yeah.
When you see them, when you see 4 or 5 or 6 together, are they like they all look similar, or are they like us where we have a little different look to us? Or
yeah, they have different looks. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I've seen them like for instance the troop that was here up until we had a change of a change of management out here last April.
I remember you talking.
Greg, you want me to go? I mean, Spencer, you want me to go out and come back in real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
We're just going. All right, I'll be right back.
All right.
Well, y'all, Catherine saw this earlier. Heather snuck in here. I texted her and she brought me a pain pill, so I'm feeling pretty good right now. I'll be quiet.
Could be lively.
I'm sorry, Roger.
Hey, another thing that I've been rocking on, I was going to say a while ago, when Coonbo, he was talking about kind of the do's and don'ts. Another thing, like when he was talking about not making eye contact with them, like if one's standing right there facing you, face off, look down at the ground, but don't look. As humans, when we're talking to somebody, one of the first gestures you're looking at is to show somebody that you don't mean them any harm. Is what do? We smile. A big smile. Your teeth may shine. Do not do that. Humans are the only primate that shows their teeth, meaning like friendly. Everything else, if it shows teeth, that's an act of aggression. So please don't show them your pearly whites.
That's good.
Yeah, keep your mouth shut and keep your eye. When I'm up close to them and like that, I try to keep my head tilted slightly down, and I look down. I look at their feet or in front of them, because even then I can still out of my peripheral vision, see what they're doing. But, you don't want to provoke them.
And I would say your hands. Don't be doing anything. Don't be doing anything quick or hidden with your hands.
No.
Yeah.
So Spencer's
keep your hands. Yeah, keep your hands down and keep your palms open. Keep your hands open and your palms towards them.
And stuff that he talked about earlier with like hitting them with a flashlight. If they are 10 yards away from you, growling at you, that is not the time to reach for something that looks like a firearm and hit them in the eyes with the flashlight.
So
the flashlight? Yeah, you deploy the flashlight when they're out there at a distance still, before they get too terrible close.
If I'm reading this right, what Spencer's saying is treat it like you have 3 police officers with guns pulled on you.
Yes.
And you don't want to get accidentally.
Yes. It's easy.
Yeah.
Easy. That's what I did whenever they were breaking stuff and growling and throwing stuff at us at Daniel Boone. I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, when me and Peyton had that rock thrown at us in 2020, immediately I knew we could be in trouble. I was proud of him because he didn't break and run, and I didn't break and run because of what Coonbo said earlier about you don't want to trigger a predator response. And but what we did, we talked about it a little bit, and then we backed away. We didn't turn our backs, and we backed down the hill, and then as we got out of sight, we took off. But it's hard to do. It was very hard to do. It's not easy.
I'm going to tell you this, Roger. I've had a lot of encounters with these things. I've had times when I was bluff charged that I couldn't have ran if I had thought to run. If that had been a thought in my head, because I couldn't make my feet move.
Right.
I mean, I was absolutely like I was nailed to the ground.
Yeah, been there.
I had a deal. Happen out here the end of last September, first part of last October, right in that area, around the first of this past October. I walked up on 2 and I believe it was the alpha pair from that were that were over here passing through from the land to the east of me, and because I didn't recognize them, but I had an alpha. I walked up on an alpha pair, and I was sitting there looking at them, and I realized one of my dogs, Joe, had already took off to the house, and Niffy was up under my feet. She was scared half to death. She was up under my feet so bad I couldn't hardly walk, and they were standing there looking at me, and I was looking at them, and I got to realizing that I'm about 30, maybe 32 to 35 yards from them, and I'm over 250 yards from the house.
Ooh.
And I said, this is pretty stupid. I need to ease out of here. So now they understand a lot of what we say. And I just told them, I said, I'm sorry I've disturbed y'all. I said, I want to be, you're welcome here. I'll be your friend. And I'm going to leave y'all alone. And so I backed away about 50 yards. And before I turned my back on them, and even then I walked after I turned my back, I walked maybe 5 or 6 steps and looked back, and they were still there. And I walked 5 or 10 more steps and looked back, and they were gone. But
very carefully.
That's a good question, Spencer. That's a good question, William in chat right there.
What?
Who would you trust? Sorry.
Fair.
Well, what would Coonbo do if he found a dead one or a killed one? Shot it or run over in a vehicle? Well, I can tell you what will happen, because this has happened in numbers of times.
Yep.
There was one that was killed on the Natchez Trace back in the 80s, and I've interviewed 2 people that actually witnessed it, that independent of each other, didn't know each other, and the government came and got it and hauled it off. I think
well, the Minnesota Iceman,
right,
the government was probably involved in that, 80 years ago?
I don't know. I know I saw it back when I was a boy. It came through here.
Wow.
Had it up there in downtown Sheffield. I went through there and looked at it twice.
Is that the one where the first time they studied it, that the scientists said they actually smelt the death coming through the eyes?
Well,
I think so.
Or the decomposing, I guess.
But,
damn it!
Supposedly,
again.
Yes.
All right. The next time you got to
tell you, before we do this again, I'm gonna buy about a 50-foot piece of Ethernet cable and hook straight to my satellite, my server.
No, the next time go to Greg's. Greg has awesome internet.
Yep.
Hey, let me ask you this before we're almost at the end of the list or close to the end of the list, and not everything on that needs to be shared. Just saying, y'all. It's kind of like the calls. The calls don't need to be shared publicly for the same reason as Chofar. But before we end this, can we, because we're getting at almost 4 hours, to reiterate that these things are not, I don't want everybody to be afraid of them. I don't want that. I want people to go out and actually experience this, but I want you to be careful. To reiterate that, though, Coonbo, can you talk about the story, or maybe go out and come back in so that we can see you? Can you talk about the story about either the guy that was bear hunting or the guy that got folded up and shoved inside the truck, just so people understand the real deal of it?
Right. Let me go out and I'll come back in, but I'm gonna have to make I'm gonna have to make a bathroom run real fast.
Yeah, we got
But
this.
I'll be right back.
You know, somebody, I was doing a show the other night. I don't remember what it was. Somebody said something about, you know, some people think they're fluffy, fun things, and some are mean or whatever. And I'm like, well, if you just go by the math, we raised chow dogs, and for years, and out of 100 of them, maybe 3 or 4 of them was just crazy, just mean, crazy.
Yeah.
So the odds are, like people and like, you know, whatever, cows, horses.
Did y'all just raise females or something?
No, no. We and
Oh, here we go.
Well, the crazy ones were all male. I seem to remember. So, and it was just a few. They were real aggressive, mean. I mean, from the get go. But if you think about just like that, and look, you know, Spencer could have tons of nice ones in his area, and then in Oklahoma. But I would say if there's something like that that's in the group, it's going to be shunned or pushed out. Every animal does that. We do it. So, you know, what if like Jackson, Tennessee's like Australia or something? That's where they send all the bad ones. You know what I mean? I'm being funny, or goofy, but what I'm trying to say is, even if they all were good, the odds are you're gonna find some bad ones. Let's put it that way.
Hey, Ken, when are you coming on the show?
Yeah.
Hey, Ken, if I'm not mistaken, he lives down there, like on the Florida-Bama line. Is that right, Ken?
I don't know. He's right there. Mark Green knows him. He's right there in that area.
I think
I don't think he lives very far from Flat Rock.
He said, I told him, I said, man, you could go to sleep in Alabama, roll over one time, be in Florida.
Fishing and to be gone. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Y'all, it's 4 hours. You could go 5-7 days listening to Coonbo and still not understand the depth of knowledge. So we're trying to go down a certain way, except for I keep interrupting him. But anyway, so Tim, you got more stuff on the list there. I know, but
tons of it.
But you said you're going to write a book, so at some point this might come out.
Yep. Yeah, like you know, I've even got a section in here on them fishing. And you know, what kind of.
Yeah, I saw that. That's at the end. Talk about that real quick.
Well, the quick thing is they prefer a 7-foot spinning rod with Shimano reels and 6-pound test line, and they like rooster tails and they like rooster tails and Mepps spinners.
All right.
No, they hand fish.
Hey, that's what I love about everybody is the sense of humor. You know, we take it serious, but I love the little jabs and stuff. Unexpected. That was funny.
Well,
that's cool.
Well, I got a section here titled "Dang, who farted?" So, but no kidding. You know, a lot has been said about the odor of boogers, and often described as a mixture of the absolute worst skunk, wet dog, feces, musky, filthy body odor, nauseating stench imaginable. It will literally take your breath away and gag you. It's almost as bad as when my son takes his shoes off when he was a teenager. But anyway, but honestly, seriously, everybody hears about the stench of them, but truly, I believe that they can control it, that they can turn it off and turn it on.
Yeah.
And I also believe that they use it as a defensive mechanism.
So it would be like they would have a regular smell, just like a regular animal, and then they could like release something to like.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, they can. Yeah, and it's I know we had one that we were down in a place we call it Armstrong Corner, where we've had a lot of incidents down there. And we were down there and we were hanging out and listening, and I'd do a call occasionally, and we were right literally it's a corner of a dirt road where it's at the southeast corner of a 40 acre. I don't know if it's 40 acre or might be a 60 or 80 acre big field, and it was planted in wheat then. And the wheat was up about it was still green, it hadn't started turning yellow yet. The wheat was up just maybe about 12 to 15 inches. And I had an F-250 Ford then, had running boards on it. And we'd been there for a while, and we decided, well, there were boogers there because we could hear them in the distance. Now, this is an important thing. There's two things to learn from this. One, that some of them will keep you occupied while others sneak up on you.
Yeah.
And we were getting calls from a couple of different places to the south of us. My truck was pointed east, so that meant the driver's side door was on the north side of the truck. And like I said, this big, large wheat field was to the north of us. Now, there was nothing any taller than 12 inches anywhere around us. There were 5 of us there. And so we decided that we were going to move about a mile and a half or so away. And so I went walking around the side of my truck, going to get in it. And as I was around there, just as I was reaching for the door handle, a freaking juvie shot out from under the running board right underneath my feet. I about messed myself. I mean, first time I ever experienced anything like that. That son of a gun had slipped in there from somewhere. And we later on, we looked out in the wheat. We couldn't see no evidence where it had crawled through the wheat. I don't know how the thing got there. But the juvie was laying up under the running board on the driver's side of my truck. And when I walked up there to reach for the door handle, it shot out of there, jumped up on his feet and took off running. All 5 of us took off after it. And the 4 of us that were the closest right behind it, that son of a gun let loose that stench. And it literally doubled us over. It stopped us in our tracks and had us doubled over retching. The other guy, the 5th guy, was outside. He wasn't right out straight behind him. He was off to the side a little bit. And this guy was fast. And the booger still just ran off and left him. But as the booger turned a little bit, he literally ran around the corner there, and the guy that was trying to catch him, he thought he could cut the corner and catch him. And when he got right in behind that thing, he caught that stench, and it doubled him over, and he was there, retching too. But the thing that amazed me, that son of a gun took off up the road. I managed to stand up a little bit, and there was a bright enough moon that I could see it against that gravel of the gravel road. That son of a gun, unbelievable how fast it about 300 yards up the road, there was a little creek that came through the field, and there was a little bridge. Now it's just a culvert. It's not a bridge anymore, but there was a little bridge, and that son of a gun went running up there and just dove, and we heard it splash into the creek below. So we jumped in the truck, went tearing off up there, and man, the stench that was coming through the air conditioning system of the truck was awful. We had all the windows down there. And we got up there, we stopped on the bridge. All right, so 2 things here. We got skunked. First of all, we got snuck up on, and I mean they got right up there in with us. And second of all, it skunked us when it went running off. So
Coonbo literally told that story 8 or 9 years ago on a different program, and I don't think that the video is still available nowadays. It might be, but he literally told that verbatim, just like that, 8 or 9 years ago.
Yeah.
And the story happened before that.
Oh yeah.
And
story happened back in the late 90s or very late 90s, early 2000s is when it happened.
Well, so definitely, so whatever, 15 years before the first time he told that. And y'all, you need to go back and do your research and look at, you got to go through all kinds of stuff and look at all of these people, where they came from and what they're talking about and everything. But if you would do that, you would understand how much everything that this man says has panned out for 25, 30 years now. But anyway, are only available to members on that channel. Maybe. You might be right, Mary. I know whenever I saw it in person.
Hi, Mary.
Mary was one of the ones that said this is a much watch on her page, and she was excited to watch this, Coonbo. Anyway, cool. Hey, before we wrap this up, we could do a whole show on this. We could ask Coonbo about like his scariest things. But Coonbo, before we go, one more time, just to reiterate that these things are, you got to be careful. You can't be, they're not like always friendly.
Right.
Talk about either the guy that was stuffed in half inside his truck, or do that one. That's a good one.
Well, how about the one that shot, that we know shot one, and ended up paying off. There's two. This is the all right. This happened back in the 80s, and I was stationed in at White Sands Missile Range at the time. We had a big test project going, and that's in South Central New Mexico. And one of the engineers that was working out there with us had a friend that was from up in Colorado, and this guy's family was from Las Cruces, and they had met in college, and he was talking about we had gotten up a hunting trip up to Colorado, and anyway, he told me that and this guy that whose family was in Las Cruces, he had bought his grandmother's property, and so he knew about boogers. He had bought his grandma's property and was living there, and he had started having some encounters with boogers. So myself and another guy had been sort of teaching him about them, and just out of the blue one day, and it was a week or so before Easter, and he said, "Hey, my buddy that lives up there in Colorado told me about this guide that he knew, this kid that was a guide that he knew that had a client get killed by a Bigfoot, and you need to go up there and talk to him." I'm like, got killed by a Bigfoot for real? And I didn't really I didn't feel like driving all the way up there, all the way up into Colorado to meet the guy, but I got to thinking about it. It was coming up on Easter weekend, and I couldn't go home. I was on call, but I thought, well, shoot, I know there's really not anything going to happen for real out there on the range, so I'll just drive up there. And so I told him to get, arrange for me to meet this guide, and he did. So I go up there, and I met him in Alamosa, Colorado. And I told him, a little bit about myself, and he really didn't want to talk. He was real closed mouth. And the guy was like 22 years old. And so I got one of my sighting report journals out of my vehicle and took it in there and showed it to him. And he read a couple of them. And that sort of, I had found that would very often open folks up, and they wouldn't talk to you otherwise after they read some of the reports and everything, that relax them a little bit, and they would talk to me. And so that's what happened with this guy. And one of the reasons he was reluctant, and he made me promise that I wouldn't turn him in, because in Colorado, if you're taking money and presenting yourself as a guide, you're supposed to have a guide's license. And this guy did not have a guide's license. And it was a family member that actually had a guide service. And this kid, was sort of working for them. But again, he wasn't. I don't know what it takes to be a guide in Colorado, but he didn't have a guide's license. He made me promise I wouldn't turn him in if he told me. So I promised him. All right. So he tells the story that they were hunting down in Archuleta County, Colorado, which is a county that I think it's in the Rio Grande National Forest. I think that's the name of the national forest. But and they were on the east slope of the mountains down there, and this county borders New Mexico to the south. And they drove in there, and he knew where they had logged off a couple of 3 years earlier a 40-acre square of timber on the east face of this mountain. And he knew that it's a good plan. He knew that area, having been logged off, that there would be a lot of new vegetation growing there that would attract deer. And he had a client that wanted to go mule deer hunting. So that's where he took him. They got there, and they got in there before daylight, and there was a logging road came in from the south along a section line, or a quarter section line, that ran north and south at the level of the downhill part of that 40 acres that had been logged off. So they came into that would have been the southeast corner of the field that the road came into. So they parked about 100 yards or so away, and then before daylight, and walked in there, and they got into he found there were some stumps and logs and crap like that there, that they had them a little blind set up. And they were there at daylight, hopefully catch some mule deer out there feeding. Well, sure enough, now they're on the downhill east corner of the property. Sure enough, at daylight, there were like 3 or 4 mule deer does and some larger like that year's fawns out there grazing around, and they were watching them, and there was not much going on, but they said the sun was beginning to come up, and when the sun comes up on those east fronts, the east slopes of those mountains, it starts heating the air up. The air starts traveling up the slope.
The thermals.
They call it a thermal. Yes, that starts coming up. About the time during the dark, the air is going down the slope. About the time that the thermals had switched and started going up the slope, carrying the scent that was down below up, the deer started acting nervous, and all of a sudden a Bigfoot jumped up out of the brush at the bottom of the field and starts running, and the deer bust and start running up the slope, and this Bigfoot starts chasing the deer. The hunter got all crazy. He said, "Oh my God, a Bigfoot!" And he jumped up and he raised up to gonna shoot the Bigfoot. And the guide's yelling at him, don't shoot it. And he made a swat at him to try to knock his gun out of the way. And he missed him. He didn't hit it, or he didn't hit him good or something. And the guy fired, or either the guy fired right as he was hitting it. But anyway, he fired and he hit the Bigfoot, and the Bigfoot fell. Immediately up the slope above him, in the direction that the deer was running, a larger Sasquatch or Bigfoot, a bigger Bigfoot, jumped up out of the brush and charges them down the hill. The guy freaked and he jacked another round in, and he threw up and he shot. He went to jack another round in, and he was using a Savage 110 rifle in 270. I remember that very, very specifically, using a Savage 110. Now, that is not any of you guys that are hunters, serious hunters, you know what a controlled round feed action is, like a Mauser or a Ruger 77, or the new Winchester, classic model 70s. Those are a controlled round feed. In other words, when you jack it back far enough, the extractor engages the rim of the thing, and the cartridge is locked in place until it's fully chambered. Now, this was a push feed action, so it didn't engage, the extractor didn't engage the rim of the cartridge until the round was all the way in the chamber and the bolt was closed. The guy was in a hurry and he short-shucked it. He shucked it too fast and didn't get it all the way to the rear. And consequently, the round started to go up into the chamber. The bolt slammed into the back of it. Let me do that. Bolt slammed in the back of it and crimped it and jammed the rifle up. The guy starts yanking on the bolt, trying to get it. In the meantime, the booger is screaming like crazy and boring in on him, probably doing around 45, 50 miles an hour. The guide, and he's screaming at the guy, run, run, run. The guy was obsessed with getting his gun unjammed. The guide, heck with this, a 21-year-old kid now, doesn't have a guide's license. The kid takes off running back to the truck. He hears the thing screaming. It scared him so bad, he threw his rifle aside off in the brush, because he had some kind of a 7mm Magnum. I don't remember what it was, but he threw his rifle in the brush. Now, I'm not sure if it was before or after the booger got to the hunter, but the guy said he heard the hunter start screaming, and said he looked around just in time to see the booger get to him. And he said that the booger literally came running in and like that and just went, and he said the booger snatched the guy's head right off of him and just went up and back. And he said the guy's head goes flying back behind the booger. And he said, and he's running like crazy. And he said he looked back again in time to see him yank off. I think he was already throwing. Anyway, he yanked off both of his arms. He snatched his head off and ripped both of his arms off of his body. The guy gets in, that makes it to the truck and hauls butt out of there. He calls the sheriff somehow, and they go out there. They find a bunch of blood. Oh, they find the guy. He's, like I said, he's been dismembered. Both of his arms are gone. His head's gone. And I can't remember the detailed story. There might have been a leg gone. I'm not sure. But I know for sure both arms and the guy's head was gone. They found a bunch of blood, and they didn't find the booger that the guy had shot. They looked and looked, never found the booger. Now, they even had aircraft out there, patrolling around looking for the boogers. The coroner got there and they wrote it up as an animal attack, a wild animal attack is what it was written up at. All right. Hang on just a second. Okay. After talking to the guy, and we went riding out to the place where this happened, and he showed it all to me and everything. And it was laid out exactly like he had explained it. And he showed me where they'd parked. He showed me where he'd thrown his gun and all that, and showed me where they were sitting, and where everything happened. And pointed. The guy was really extremely nervous being there. He didn't want to spend an extra second there. I was wanting to sort of walk over there and see if I could see where maybe the booger had been hiding and maybe walk up the hill. No. He said, you ain't going over there. He said, if you're going to go over there, you're going by yourself. I'll leave your butt out here. And so, we were there for maybe 5 minutes, 10 at the most, and left. Well, I went back and wrote up my report and everything. And I always, when I would write a sighting report, I'd put at the bottom what I thought about it. And I said, highly improbable, because this is in the 80s, and I had never interviewed anybody that had been around where somebody was supposedly killed. I wrote it up as highly improbable, needs more corroboration. So I get back down to Alamogordo. My workmate that was also a Bigfoot researcher down there, and we used to research all around there in New Mexico, and around White Sands. We were over there in the Mescalero Apache Reservation and such as that, and we did a lot of investigating and researching together. And anyway, he wanted to go back up there, and so we did. We tried to get the kid to talk to us again. He wouldn't. So what we did then is we started going to the local newspapers and stuff. We found every little town around there that had a newspaper, and started hitting the newspapers, trying to find. We knew about the time when the kid told me it had happened. And so around, we took from the time he said it happened for about maybe a month afterwards. We went through just gobs of newspapers. We went there in Archuleta County and tried to talk to some of the sheriff's deputies. And my buddy had been a sheriff's deputy, and he'd been on the police department in Houston, Texas, and had been a sheriff's deputy down in Florida. And he thought he could get the local law enforcement to talk. Couldn't get anything out of them. We went down, we found out that the coroner that they had at that time, that he was shared between a couple of counties. We found out that where his office was, we went down and talked to the coroner. He wouldn't talk to us. He just said it was a wild animal attack. That's all I know. Blah, blah, blah. He just cut us off. We tried to talk to game wardens. We tried to talk to sheriff's deputies in surrounding counties. Got nowhere. I went back. That's right. We went back. All right, Clyde. He called the guy up, managed to get a hold of him, and went up there and interviewed him. And he came back saying, and and he'd been in law enforcement for years. He said the guy was absolutely telling the truth, and he totally believed it. And I never went back up there, but he kept going back up there and searching a wider area of newspapers and stuff, and found a little newspaper. I think it was a weekly paper in Los Hoyos, New Mexico. And found at the right time, in the right place, found a report of a hunter being killed by a wild animal up there in Colorado, in Archuleta County, Colorado. And then he came back, he made copies of it, came out, I told you, you didn't believe me. And well, I changed my thing into, still have my doubts and really needs more corroboration. Now, that I never got anything for decades and decades. This happened in the 80s. What are you doing? I can't hear you. You got your microphone muted.
Yeah, I did. This is the fascinating part. This is the good part.
Right. All right. So this was in around 88, 89 time frame. All right. So we go all through the 90s, go through the early 2000s, through all the way up to 2019. 2019. So what are we talking about? We're through the 90s. We're 30 years later, I think. Yeah, right around
close to it.
Yeah, from around 2000. Let me think. From around 1988, until 2019.
Yeah.
How many years? 88, 98, 08, 88, 31 years. 31 years have passed. All right. We have a good friend that we go to church, that we went to church with then, that was originally they'd lived her whole life out west. And she had this friend that came to visit her, a really good friend that they'd gone to college together, that came to visit her, that was from Colorado. And she wanted to bring her over and, and have dinner over there, because we were real good friends. And she thought that, that they would enjoy, we'd enjoy meeting her and she'd enjoy meeting us. So we brought her over, or had her over for dinner, had her and our friend over for dinner. And we get talking. And I said, well, so you're from Colorado? She said, yeah. She said, I said, what part? She said, down around, I can't remember, wherever Archuleta, that area down there where this happened. And I said, oh, okay. I said, I've been down that area some. And she said to me, yeah, my dad was a game warden down there. Oh, your dad's a game warden? And I said, where was the area? She said, oh, down around the area, all around our Rio Grande National Forest and everything. And I says, do you ever remember hearing about somebody getting killed by a Bigfoot or a bear or something like that there in Archuleta County around 1988? And she said, oh, yeah, I know all about it. My dad was one of the guys, and he flew the airplane, the search plane where they were looking for the Bigfoot. And he said, plus, he would, he knew, he was highly involved in that. And I'm like, holy, and my wife, I'm looking at her and she's looking at me like, because she always thought all this crap was just a bunch of BS. And her eyes are bugging out of her head. I'm like, I can't believe this. And finally, after 30-something years, I finally got the corroboration that I needed on that. But that actually, the girl had a lot more details about it. And she filled in. Of course, the sad thing about it is my old research buddy, he's dead. And so he never got to know. Well, I'm sure he's up in heaven, probably up there. I told you, And because he never got to, while he was still alive, he never got to hear the absolute, the full corroboration of the story.
The validation of it, yeah.
But I couldn't. I mean, this is like the odds of this happening are so improbable that the daughter of one of the game wardens involved in the investigation of that ends up sitting at my dinner table in Kirksville, Missouri, outside of Kirksville, Missouri. That I was utterly, totally blown away.
The point of the show, as amazing as that is, the point of the show, Greg, your microphone is muted and you need to come on here. The point of the show is these things can react violently in any given situation.
Yeah.
Be careful. Don't take anything for granted. Hopefully you learn something from a, 4.5 hour show about boogers.
That's a Woodwalker record.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I
got one little. Yeah, I got one little detail about that incident that's really cool. And Greg both of you guys being a hunter, y'all can appreciate it. The boogers were actually working together to hunt those deer. The big one that was going to do the killing, that ended up killing the hunter, he was hiding uphill, up the hill, up downwind of where the deer were, is where he was hidden. The other one, when the thermal shifted, he eased in there and got upwind of the deer, because the thermal is traveling up the slope. All right, so you got big boy that's going to do the killing up here, the deer are here, and the other one that stunk them out is down below them. So they waited until the thermal changed before he got in position. He's over here, the deer smell him, and he starts up the hill after him, and that's when the guy shot him. But they're good hunters. They had it all planned out.
That goes back into the whole thing about, are they ambush predators? Yes, they are.
Yes, absolutely. We have found, and Greg's knows this too, we have found killing grounds numbers of times. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. We have found where they will actually make a funnel out in the woods to funnel animals into. Yeah. And then some of them will get there, the ones that are going to do the killing or the kitchen and killing, they hang it around in there, and they get others of the troop back out in the woods to herd things that way. We found that in many places. As a matter of fact, did I ever take you up there where the family was killed there at LBL?
I bet, yeah.
There's
in there.
Yeah, remember me did I show you the funnels up there?
Yes.
The killing fields there? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, there's one right there close to that, there at LBL. But I've found those places all over, places like that all over the place.
And now
Greg's praying up there.
As Coonbo talks about that, hold on, y'all. A whole separate show talking about the bow hunter that was killed at LBL. Do you know why? Right. Hey, let me preface the show, because Coonbo was the first damn person to release the thing about the family and the bow hunter being killed at LBL. That was the first time anybody heard about that. We will go into the bow hunter thing in detail whenever he has time, and it might make you think about certain other stories that have been posted about the bow hunter and the family that was killed at LBL. But anyway, just saying. 4.5 hours. Coonbo, you covered most of the stuff.
Look.
Yeah.
Let let me ask you this, Coonbo, can, like, if we get a copy of that, your ledger thing there, your list, can we get that on the Woodwalker Facebook page where people could read it themselves?
Yeah, sure. I think Mary Fabian had it at one time on her page.
It was copyrighted. Well, down at the bottom, you said it was copyrighted.
Yeah.
It was released for a certain group of people. We don't want to release it unless you're okay with it.
Well, it originally, I mean, it's been released numbers of times. It was on the old, we had an earlier version of it on the ABRF, and I know we used to have it on the old, that site which shall remain nameless.
Right. Then shall remain unnamed.
The criminal site.
Right. And then I think Mary Fabian might have, if you're still on, can you remember if you had a copy of our primer for new researchers on your site? She may have.
I think that she did.
Yeah. But we've released it several times, and so we could probably put some, because really and truly there's nothing in here this proprietary information or anything like that.
No,
I mean, it's just practical stuff.
She said yes.
Yeah.
Well, in fact, I have seen the original list. I've seen it put out there on other sites with like unknown sources that says this and that. So I mean, it's no different than the dogman thing at LBL. You've gotten repeated on that by a bunch of people and never give any credit for. But anyway, what did she say? Yes, a copy is really. Well, y'all go there. Go to Mary's site, which you should go to Mary's site anyway. Pennsylvania Bigfoot Project. Yep. Go there and look at it there. We'll steal a copy from there and post it on ours. But go there. Thank you, Mary.
Yes. Once again,
Mary has a great site. Sign up for that.
Yep. Once again, y'all, look, I'm going to say it one more time. If y'all going to join the Woodwalkers Facebook page, you're not a member. When you submit a request to join, please answer the questions. Answer them. That way you'll it'll pop up. We can put you in it.
If you don't answer them, we don't see it. We can't put you in the group. Answer the questions, please. Man, I wish Squirrel was here for this.
I know she's missed out today. Yeah. Well, maybe she got a roof put on.
I don't know. Roger had to bounce too.
Greg. Guys, what I'm gonna do is I started last night. I didn't have time to get her all done, but I was going through here updating a few things and in this thing, and I'll go through and finish updating it, and I'll shoot y'all an updated copy of this. This has been around a long enough. Yeah. This is Rev D version. This is the Rev D version. So okay. This is let's see, A, B, C, D. Yeah. So this is the 5th version. Had the original and then A, B, C, D. So this is the 5th update that I'm reading off of here, and I'm working on the 6th update.
Well, I mean, I'm sorry, I'm trying to read comments. It's always going to need to be re-edited. We did a good job of going through most of it. We can come back on and go through the rest of it, or go through Dogman stuff. We can go through anything. But anyway, Coonbo, sincerely, you're frozen up again. But Coonbo,
Yeah, you may get out and come back.
yeah, if you want to come back for the last 1 minute of the show.
Yeah, I'll do that.
All right, go. Damn, he did.
I'm telling you, Dad, I can't believe you've hung in here 4.5 hours.
I knew it was Coonbo. I know we might have to plan for this.
I mean, we need to do a part 2 to this. Finish up on some more for sure. But I think there's been a lot of valuable knowledge shared today that maybe people are at least kind of help them be safe if they go to the woods. I mean, if y'all go in the woods, be safe. That's what I want everybody to do.
If nothing else, if they got some basic information, hey baby, is that Niffy?
Yeah. Yeah,
hey,
she
baby.
about she dropped her tire on the thing. This is her favorite little toy here.
I knew that
wears me out throwing it.
I knew that wasn't a chocolate donut because I didn't see you wrestling the dog.
Hey, Coonbo, before we go out of here,
yeah,
talk for a minute about Bo, the super booger dog.
Yeah, he was a good booger dog. He was really good at letting us know when there were boogers around, and he many times caught them sneaking up behind us. But now he was a big chicken.
Yeah.
If the boogers got within 100 yards of us or 50 yards, I mean, he was going to the truck, and he would not hang in there with me. He has abandoned my butt many times, and he'd go to the truck. And what was really sad was because he obviously had them apparently come after him under the truck, because he would jump up in the back of the truck,
yes,
and then get up on a toolbox, and then get up on the roof of the truck, and he would hunker down and get low Bo. He'd try to disappear, hide on the roof of the truck. I've seen he'd done that many times.
Wow.
And I've got pictures of him up on the toolbox in the bed of the truck, looking at me like, "Daddy, we need to go. We need to go." But he's abandoned me all over the place. But he was a big Russian bred German Shepherd. He weighed about 100, he varied from about mid-90s to low hundreds in weight. But I tell you, that dog was something else. So he was, if he anything but a booger, he was not scared of it. But boogers terrified him, absolutely terrified him.
But he let you know.
Joe is. Oh, he absolutely let us know. The overall best booger dogs I've ever had, as far as letting us know and then staying there and would have given their last dying breath to protect us, was Griff and Jake. And Jake just passed away this last fall. And man, I still miss that old dog. Jake was a retired canine unit. He was something else. But Griff was a fantastic booger dog. What was funny, we were out one time over at Chehaw State Park, and Dan was the first one in our group to get a thermal, and he had a good one. And we were scanning, watching for a booger that we knew had come down into this draw, and Griff was sitting there, and I watched him. He was looking off out there in the woods, and I said, "Hey, Dan," I said, "look over there." And Dan looked over there, and sure enough, there was a booger going from tree to tree to tree, working its way up towards us. No, Griff was on him the whole time. But Griff was a great old big tall shepherd, and Griff was fast enough. He actually ran down and caught and killed 4 deer that I knew of. He might have done more than that.
Really?
Oh yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, wow.
And not just in the wide open. He actually caught them in the woods and killed them.
Holy cow.
Mm-hmm.
That's a hell of a dog.
Griff was something else. Yes, he was. He had another German Shepherd attack him one time, and And I'm like, oh my God, because that dog was sure enough mean. I mean, that was a bad, mean, vicious dog that attacked Griff, and Griff just nearly killed him in just a split second. But anyway, of course, I dove in there and we managed to get them broken up, but that was a bad deal. That poor dog, that dog that attacked had been abused horribly.
I could do a whole show on Coonbo's dogs going off.
Yeah.
To the boogers right there on his property right now in the past couple years, y'all. But anyway.
Greg, Joe, come here, Joe.
Joe, yeah.
Come here, Joe. Joe, where are you? Get up off your butt. Wake up. Jojo, come here. Come here. Come here, Jojo. Come here. Come on, bud. Come on. Come on. There you go. Okay, come up here. And we'll see you. Come on. Come on. Come on.
Come on, Joe.
He doesn't like he won't ever crawl up in my lap.
Joe is a big boy.
Yeah, he is. Let me see if I can get him. Jojo, come here. Get your head up here. Then we'll see you. Come here, heathen.
Look at him. There he is. Joe.
Yeah. Got a big old biscuit head. Yeah, he's a good old boy. He's a good. This one right here, he goes and plays with the juvies. I've caught him 2 or 3 times with the boogers, playing with them, with the juvie boogers.
You better be careful.
And I know. I've been telling him. I said it's all fun and games till they get hungry.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I walked around the the old stable building that's out here.
Yeah.
It's all overgrown with brush and stuff.
Yeah.
I walked around the north end of the stable building one time and caught him there. They were right there in that opening where we drive the tractors through the hedgerow. And he was standing right in there with 2 GVs. And it was like when I came around there and they just all froze, and the GVs are sitting there looking at me like this, like, oh no. They didn't know whether to scratch their butts or what. I mean, I guess they were all playing and they didn't hear me coming. But I rounded the corner and like I said, there was the two GVs I could see and Joe right in there in between them.
They were distracted by Joe.
Yeah, they were distracted. And he's Joe's big old sweetie. He roams. He goes out and roams the neighborhood. He goes and works all the bums goodies off all the little old ladies in the neighborhood.
Tell me, y'all hadn't. What's it been? 2 weeks since y'all seen a booger at your house? Sandy saw that one.
Yeah, we just right here on the. We were going somewhere here just a week before last, and we was in the truck going down the driveway, and Sandy said, "Look! There's somebody walking along the hedgerow there," and I'm like, "Where?" And she says, "On the other side of the hedgerow." And I said, "Well, where do I need to go?" And because we thought we had a trespasser, so I whooped around the north end of the hedgerow, and we went down through there, and nothing. So we turned around to the other end, we came easing back up. And I said, "Well, where'd it go?" We don't know. And Mary, I've talked to the boogers quite often. Tell them, please don't hurt my dog. Right. And I said, don't hurt my dog. And they seem to know it, but they just about got old Joe back on the back of the farm a couple of years ago, and me and Jimmy and Pat Rents were camped back there, and 3 of them tried to ambush him, and they almost caught him. They scared him pretty good, and then he down there at Mark's place, he went off in the woods after one, and I had to scream and holler at him to get him to come back. I'm talking about Joe now. Anyway, what you ask me to tell about Greg? Did I finish?
Yeah,
what you asked me to
about seeing that booger at your house.
Yeah, Sandy. Well, what Sandy saw was she saw we got a bunch of cedar trees growing in that hedgerow, and the bottom limbs have died off. So what she saw was a booger from about the waist down, walking on the other side of that hedgerow. She could see its legs and its
Really?
its legs and the bottom of its hips, and walking down the hedgerow. But I never saw it, but she saw it clearly, and I mean she picks up on stuff like that unbelievably. And but
well,
we
good luck. It'll take a while.
We drove all around that hedgerow, both sides, a couple of times, and never did see it. So I don't know if it cloaked itself or it got up in one of those cedar trees or what. But we didn't ever.
Don't start cloaking. If you start cloaking, we have to talk about what's your version of cloaking, and that'll go 2 more hours. Go away.
I don't know what my version of cloaking is.
Well, look, we'll just have to have a part 2.
Yeah, a part 2 where he can talk about cloaking.
Yeah, all I know is that I've been so close to them that I could smell their breath multiple times, and I couldn't see the dadgum things. And I mean, and I know they've disappeared right in front of me. I've seen them walk into a dadgum briar thicket, sawbriar thicket that you could not drive a tank through, and they just melt into it. Don't even rustle a leaf.
No, stop. That's 3 more hours of stuff. I would say here.
I wouldn't talk about that for decades. I never mentioned it for decades. And then Bill White called me up and asked me to, and Bill got telling me about it, asked if I'd ever seen that.
You got the little teaser out for part 2, Spencer.
Hey, we'll do a teaser with, hey, if you smell like honeysuckle and sweet stuff, that's their breath. If you smell the cloud wall of stink, that's something else. That'll be part 2, and we'll go for another 4 hours on all that kind of crap.
And damn it, Squirrel,
let me give one more little parting piece of advice. If you're out in booger territory and you have been away from your vehicle, and what I mean, actually, when you're out in booger territory and you've been outside your vehicle, I strongly suggest that you look under that vehicle from a safe distance before you go back up there. We had a guy on one of our outings that parked his truck away from the rest of us. We tried to tell him, no, you need to come up here and park by us. And he, I won't park down there. And I said, no. I said, we told him, and not just me. Some other people told him. When we got ready to leave, I told him, I said, you need to check under your truck. Because we had a lot of activity there at this place that night. I said, you need to check under your truck before you go up there to get in that truck. And they didn't, and he had his wife with him. And
I heard about this.
He walked up there, and when his wife went to step up into the truck, he had an S10 had a Chevy S10 with an extended cab. And when she went to step up there into the truck, Booger reached out from under the truck and grabbed her by the ankle and held on. She started screaming and hollering and kicking and bucking. The dadgum Booger, she was banging it. The dadgum truck was just bouncing up and down. And I don't know, that woman had the adrenaline flowing. And she about beat that poor Booger half to death. She was squalling and hollering. We're like, what in the world is going on? You talk about a rodeo. We had a rodeo there for a good 15 seconds that you wouldn't have believed. And finally, when a whole bunch of us went running down there, it turned her loose and shot out from under the back end of that truck. He did have it pointed on the way out, but he was parked probably about 60, 70 yards away from the rest of us. And That upset that woman so bad, and she was so mad at him that this happened on I think on a Friday night, on a Saturday night, Friday or Saturday night. By the next Friday night, they were divorced.
Wow.
No,
Yeah.
next time we have a show, somebody remind me. Sorry. Next time we have a show, somebody remind me. We got to start out with Coonbo and a Mr. Arm something that was at the corner of the AP road, and the boogers came out and they had to get out the scatter guns.
Yeah. Well, I talked a little bit about that tonight.
Yeah, I told you something a while ago.
All right.
Yeah.
Yes. What?
Sorry about that. I was wadding up this. Sorry about all that racket. I was wadding up this dadgum takeout tray.
We got to go.
Yeah.
All right, let's
We're
go.
gone.
We're 4.5, 5 hours in. Y'all, love you.
Yep.
Hope you had a good time. Thank you for everything.
Yep. Big love, everybody. We'll catch y'all
Hey,
next week.
Pyro
Anyway.
Medic.
Where's that at? Hey, Coonbo, thank you for doing the show.
Yep. Brother, I will
Certainly.
talk to you. Coonbo, I'll probably talk to you after a while.
All right, sounds good.
We all gotta
Appreciate it.
go. See
All right,
y'all.
bye.
Long show.
See y'all.
Love you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Yeah.
Squirrel.
Hey, y'all. Hey, Spencer. We're swapped around again.
Huh?
We're swapped around again. Hold on.
Yep. I know you do it on purpose.